All right, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は25日目です。It is day 3. It's saying 300. It's day 25. We're gonna, I usually say 300 2 times a day, or at least 200 times, because of the 100 days. In each 100. All right. So, got three things, technically two things. So, gotta remind myself, right? We got the te form plus a particle wa, right? And then we have choices. We have ike. Oh, my hands are a little bit shaky from the push-ups. Ikenai, or naranai. And this is not, must not, right? And then we want to negate, use a double negative to must. So the double negative would be the verb into the na, and then we would drop the e to ku. And then sugiru, I anticipate this. So sugiru, we take the V stem and add sugiru. And it is through the conjugation of sugiru that creates the other standard, polite, negative, positive, right? And then e adjectives, we drop the e, and then non-adjectives stand alone. Right. So those are the 2 points from yesterday. Today is day 25. It is actually going to be our last day of our N5 grammar section. So starting after today, N5 grammar will be reviewed in various different ways. We're gonna mess around in this, mess around in practice and whatnot. Maybe I'll take a look at these. We'll explore, cram or rotate through something that's outside the review rotation on just trying out these things, and we're gonna try it out with the grammar stuff. I am looking forward to using whatever they have working for kaijugation. So we're going to engage in on top of the reviews for any of the grammar points or until March. So no new grammar pieces, but as much engagement as we can. This lightens my load a little bit because it's the end of January. We're kind of getting the idea. February, I have something else that's taking up that time. We're playing a couple games, catching up with one actually. There's an additional project for February. I was made aware of this 2 or 3 days ago. So right now, this is the last day for grammar lessons. Vocabulary will go on. It will actually be around the end of February is when all the N5 vocabulary will be covered, which lines up. Then we start N4 on a slightly different adjusted schedule. That's kind of the idea. All right. Anyways, let's go to our last 7 grammar points. All right. Noga jozu. Oh, I thought we already went over this. Oh no, we got noga ski. So now we have the 3, right? Noga heta and noga jozu and noga ski. Those are very common nominalizing plus characterizing the nominalization. So this is usually attached to a phrase that's being nominalized, right? This says verb, but it can, I think, we'll see. I think it can create verb or a verb phrase, right? So, noga jozu is a phrase that behaves in almost exactly the same as noga tsuki, right? Or our more recent one, noga heta. But rather than meaning to like something, it means to be good at, and then heta being bad at. This particular expression is used when with the plain dictionary form of verbs only, right? That is also true for tsuki and heta in this particular phrasing. Oh, does that mean it rules out verb phrases though? And what I mean by verb phrases, I don't necessarily mean, well, we'll see actually. Oh no, it doesn't. Like this. This is what I'm talking about, a verb phrase. Where the verb is acting on something. So that's good.
彼女は漢字を覚えるのが上手です。彼は歌うのが上手です。
In these examples, we can see that there are no difference between ichidan verbs and godan verbs because it's just a plain dictionary form, but will appear in their plain form. In this expression, noga is performing the same function as the regular nowa and noga, right? Construction, nominalization. Caution, if you want to express that you were good at something in the past, oh yeah, right, the verb will still stay in the plain. You're changing jozu. So jozu will become jozu datta or something. Oh no. Yeah, jozu datta. Okay. So, okasan wa wakai. Wait, that's wakai. Wakai koro. Oh, wait, wakai is young. Koro. Oh, I only got the hanzi for this. What was the hanzi for this? Qing. Acre? Oh, that doesn't work. Maybe like nature or age or some sort that characterizes wakai, right? Otoru no ga jouzu datta. Yeah. Otoru for dance. Okay, caution, this grammar point can sound a little bit arrogant if you are referring to your own skills. Yeah. So the word tokui tokui or tokui might be tokui. Tokui may tokui. Nah, tokui. Nope. Tokui. I think it's tokui. May tokui. I don't know if it's down or up on the E. May also be used if you want to sound a bit more humble. Yeah. I have confidence in my singing. All right. And then we have the heta, right? And then the ski. Okay, adjective plus noa. The one that. Indefinite pronoun. Adjective nominalizer. Have we not nominalized an adjective yet? I don't think we have. Okay, characteristically, you use na, and then you hold the adjective. Okay, and just hold the adjective and na adjectives as expected. It can be ga, right, and mo. Yep, functioning in the positive and negative, the various things. One of the roles that the particle no can take in Japanese is replacing a noun that has already been mentioned, right? Or the one that has not been mentioned yet, right? in this way is similar to the one that A in English. When using this expression, we will need to use not before no when a non-adjective is being. Yeah. So it's a different way. We technically had a couple grammar points actually. It's relating to this function of replacing a noun.
かわいいのは私の犬です。
Hmm?
心配なのはあなたです。
Mm-hmm. When using this expression, no will be followed by wa, ga, or mo, depending on what the speaker wants to express, right?
安いのはあのペンだ。
暑いのがこれです。これです。Right, because they want to characterize, right? And then
冷たいのも好きです。
mo for also. No may be used more than once in the same sentence, a no chain, referring to the same. Now, not even adding a no chain on top. Oh, there's kind of a no there. ここにある車の中で好きなのは赤いの。Sorry. 赤いの. So one, right? 赤いの, the red one. So here in the middle of the car or out of the cars that are here, right? Out of the cars that are here. I like the red one. Or I like that red one over there. Right? Or the one that I like is that red one over there. That's fair. No, that's the nominalizer. It's our related thing. あげる. To give away. Right, to present, to provide. Yeah, so now we have I'm guessing the last couple, it's going to be もらう and あげる, the two directions, and then needing to emphasize the ni particle, right? And usually the wa particle states the giver, the ni particle states the recipient, and then when you use もらう, it's the flip direction, right? Or you can also use o to mark the direct object that's being given, right? This is probably all. Giver, wa, recipient, ni, right? Object, wa, and then ageru. And then you can flip these, right? The recipient, it's still marked by ni, and then the giver is always generally the topic, and then the direct object is always marked by wo when it comes to these things. And they can be switched in any direction in this, like in the ageru relations. Ageru is a verb with many uses in Japanese. Its original meaning is to raise, yeah, to lift or pull up. But is also used as a polite speech way of saying to give. In this way, it can be thought of as similar to offer up in English. As polite speech has the same basic subject and object rules as standard speech, the giver will be marked with wa or ga, right? If you're really focusing on the giver. While the recipient will be marked with ni. As usual, the object that is being given will be marked by wo.
トムがタカにプレゼントをあげる。
Okay.
タカにトムがプレゼントをあげる。
Okay. They swapped it.
トムがプレゼントをタカにあげる。
Okay. From these three examples, we can see that the order of the giver, recipient, object does not matter as long as the correct particles are used, right? Ageru should not be used when giving something to someone of a higher status, yeah, or when lowering oneself to elevate another. This is done through automorphic language or humble speech, and we will use different verbs, yeah. So Fun fact, although ageru is considered polite speech, it is the most natural way of saying to give. Yaru is the casual equivalent of ageru, but due to yaru sounding a little bit rough, ageru became standard. このペンをお前にやるよ。このペンをお前にあげるよ。This pen is all yours. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. And then kureru. Oh, it went to kureru. Yeah, as opposed to morau. So, kureru, to give me, is more like to receive. So, to receive. Interesting. I wonder if they're gonna combine the others. Okay, this is still the same, right? The reason why they said to give me, or to be given, and to be saying given, is because the giver and the recipient. Oh no, let me see how they go about this. Kureru is generally thought as a part of a set of 3 verbs that are regularly used for giving and receiving Japanese. These verbs are kureru, ageru, and morau. Okay, kureru means to give up, to give to you or something that's part of your in-group. Okay.
おばあちゃんはいつもお菓子をくれる。
We still have yet to hear the difference, like the
毎年
use
彼女
difference
が手紙をくれる。
outside of in group.
母は毎日私にクッキーをくれる。
Okay, so I guess the in group means like someone who is familiar to you as opposed to general use, right? With kureru and ageru, they both function the regular way you would expect regarding particles. This means that God will always mark the giver. Okay, sure. Etc. This means that, you're right. The giver recipient are often omitted from sentences with kureru, as one or both are usually obvious from context, or the sentence may be focusing on the object.
嫁がプレゼントをくれた。
Okay.
私にプレゼントをくれた。
As can be seen here, the same nuance is kept even when things are meant. Okay, I need a fun fact here. Fun fact. What someone considers their in-group will be different for each person. Okay, so it does vary, but usually consists of members of your family, clubs that you're in, or something similar that has a group atmosphere that you're a part of. Okay, fair enough. And that's it for nuances for that. The giver will always be someone that's more distant from the people that are in the in-group. The giver will always be someone that is more distant from the people that are in the group. Interesting. The giver will be more distance from the in-group. Huh. We were talking about Wakotabi earlier. There is an actual lesson on this, and I still remember what it is. And this is how I remembered the two. I was kind of hoping for, or I was kind of thinking maybe there's more to it at the moment. Okay. So we have 近所の人が旅行からね、帰ってきて right. And then 父にお土産をくれた. So father's in the in group, but the giver is distant. It's the neighbors that just recently came back from traveling. Sensei got so out group, right? Or like more distant from group, right? Sensei got club. Okay. Club naka nakama no Shiko-chan Toshiko-chan Toshiko-chan ni hana o kureta. Okay, fair enough. When we want to say that we or someone else gave something to someone that is not in our in-group, we will need to use ageru. Okay, fair enough. And then are we gonna get morau next? Yes, that is morau, alright. To receive, to get, to obtain. Now the giver, we have the giver is the destination. So as in the giver is more like the person getting the thing. Or wait, the other way around. The giver is marked by ni because that's where it's coming from. Or like that's the thing that's being obtained is from the giver. And then the recipient is marked by the topic and then object, right? Monaru is the third verb that is regularly taught together with kureru and ageru. It is used to highlight that a, right, is received by someone. However, unlike kureru and ageru, which are used to highlight that something is given, monaru requires the ni particle or kara to mark the giver, not the recipient, right? In a way, because they're trying to keep the giver and recipient consistent, I do it the other way where the recipient is marked by the ni and then the giver is marked by the wa or like I swap the words and not the particle, but I kind of get why they're keeping the particles. They're swapping the particles instead of the giver. I mean, instead of the terminology. Is that less confusing? To think of just swapping the particles as opposed to swapping the recipient and the giver, like the mental gymnastics. Like what happens is I'm swapping the verb is what I'm doing. So when I'm swapping the verb, then who's receiving? It's the ni. Who's where is it coming from? Where is the object coming from? From the wa. And then what is the object that's coming from? It's the object. So I think of it from the aspect of the verb, not the other way around. Or not thinking of it with the prospect of like who's receiving? Ni. That's the person that's receiving. And who's like giving the thing, the topic. What this object is coming from the topic, and it's the person receiving it is marked by ni. So the destination of the receiving is the recipient, not the giver. But they're marking recipient and giver. They're writing recipient giver in the sense of trying to frame the particles, which is interesting. Not sure if that makes. I think it's still one step. Very, very similar. Without, okay. However, unlike okay, yeah, yep. Just the swap, right?
私はお正月におばあちゃんからお金をもらいました。
Yeah, they already mentioned that it can be... Oh, yeah, yeah. There it is. So, like, I received. The receiver, right? The recipient is marked by wa. Oh, wait. I think I screwed up by how I said it. Oh, I did screw up by how I said it. I might have... Yeah, I think I screwed up. Oh, no. I think I might have messed up before. No, I did screw up. I did screw up actually before. I said the same thing twice. Yeah, I said the same thing twice. Right. Let me think about this for a moment. No, I think I have it backwards from what I was describing. Hmm. No, it's the same. It's the same. Like, what I mean is, the way they have it written is the same. It's interpreted the same way. So the person receiving is the topic. Yeah, I said it backwards. The topic is the person who's receiving, and that is fine. Because then when you're talking about giving, it's actually this the way they're phrasing it. The way the person that's giving is the topic. The person doing the action is always the topic. So it doesn't change anything. So basically, same thing. Like, the interpretation is the same thing. You're thinking from the framework of the person performing the action. So the person who is receiving the action, like the thing that's receiving, is the topic of the action, and then the person who's giving, that's where the person that is doing the giving. No, it doesn't change anything. This is exactly how like I would imagine it based on what they've written. I just threw myself backwards for a loop there.
彼女に手作りのケーキをもらった。
Yeah.
今日は学校でチョコレートをもらった。
Actually, let me see the examples again. Yeah, it's way simpler than way simpler just to read the sentences. The topic is the person who's performing the action, and if it's not marked by topic or the like subject specifier, then it's inferred who it's to what that action is. who's like receiving that form of the reaction. Like for this, it's whoever is receiving the form of that action, and the other one is who's been given that form of the action, regardless of thinking about it in the sense of the particle. But in a way, I'm still thinking about it in that way.
今日は学校でチョコレートをもらった。
Right. In the second sentence, we can see that the recipient has been omitted, while in the third example, the giver was omitted. Oh, okay, you can... The giver was omitted. I didn't even look at the giver was omitted. This is a regular occurrence when using morau, as the receiver is usually obvious, or the giver may not be important to the overall meaning of the sentence. That's fair.
駅でティッシュをもらったけど欲しい？
In this example, the thing that was given is the focus. Yep. Okay. While the speaker does not consider the giver something that needs to be mentioned, sometimes for very simple sentences with clear context, neither the giver nor the receiver needs to be mentioned. Right.
これをもらった。
Got this. Yeah, okay. I see what they're getting at. I see. Huh. Interesting. Wait. So... Okay. I don't actually know how they're going to differentiate the two. Oh, probably in group and not in group. Adjectivization? Man, that'll work.
トムはサッカーをするのが上手です。
新しいのは彼の車だ。
In this case? Yeah. Whoops.
その傘をあげます。
Well, I'm not sure. This is I and you. I guess it's like not. Okay, so they don't use in-group and out-group to differentiate them. Oh no. So yeah, like they're like you could still use. What would they do when they yell at you? Okay, they would just simply say, let's try different grammar structure. Fair enough.
母は僕にかっこいいペンをくれた。
Because me giving you and mom and me are still fulfilling. So it doesn't it doesn't quite suggest that anyone is distant from the in-group though. There, I suppose I.
私はおばあさんからお箸とコップをもらった。
So I guess that nuance doesn't happen. Yeah, we're gonna continue with our last two of the set. けれども、けれども。けれども is a more formal full version of the conjunction particle kedo. Oh, like kedo, it usually carries the meaning of but because of its formality, it sounds a bit more like although or provided that. It simply highlights that while thinking about A, B, meaning that B phrase is important or needs to be considered.
私は10キロ走ったけれども、疲れていません。温泉は暑いけれども、気持ちいいです。あの人は綺麗だけれども、怖いです。これはゲームだけれども、面白くないです。
As can be seen from these examples, da will be required when using this conjugation after a na adjective, right? Or a noun. As a reminder, please see below for a list of most casual forms of but to the most informal. Kedo, yeah. Kedomo, keredo, and keredomo. And then we have the ga, which is like written.
このパソコンは古いけども便利だ。薬を飲んだけれどまだ頭が痛い。
Keredo is before keremo. Or like, that's interesting.
走るのは疲れるけれども楽しいです。田舎は静かだがやることがない。
Originally, keredomo was thought to be a more feminine version of ga. However, the modern kedo is so common that it has lost all of the feminine nuance that came from keredomo. As with kedo and other forms of but in Japanese, the phrase after keredomo will often be omitted if it is obvious or the speaker does not want to say. Right. But kedo. What do we have? Kedo, kedomo, kedomo, keredo, sorry. It's kedomo, keredomo. In that order. Daketo. That's fine. Both express contrast. Right. The dakedo is to remember that you need the da for nouns and okay. Tsumorida. Plan to intend. Oh, they didn't go over the other thing. Alright, so it takes the plain form and then the negative. What is this? What is the third one? To have no intention? Oh, when you have no intention, you... What? They intend to have no intention. Okay, I mean, I kind of get... Okay, I got you. Tsumorida. Tsumorida or des is a grammar point that can have several meanings in Japanese, but is often translated simply as intended to A or planned to A. It can be used after the plain dictionary form of verbs or after the nai form. Okay.
そのピザは今日の昼に食べるつもりです。今日は学校に行かないつもりだ。
Okay, I remember reading a bunch of these sentences before.
明日は休みだから早く起きるつもりはない。
Need to da. Okay. In the last two sentences, there's quite a large difference in nuance and can be thought of as similar to the difference between to tend not to nai tsumori, right? The verb nai negative tsumori, and to have no intentions of tsumori wa nai in English. The former will mean that A is being actively avoided, while the latter will indicate that one simply has no plans to. Fun fact, the literal meaning of tsumori comes from the verb tsumoriru. Tsumoru, which means to pile up or load. Yeah. Due to this, tsumori is regularly used to describe people that are doing something that is out of character for them, meaning that they have piled up whatever feelings was required to act that way. Huh. So, 謝ってるつもり? I intend to be apologized. Oh, right. 謝う。ね? 困る。謝る。いや、謝る。謝って。In this example, the nuance of tsumori is, so you're really going to act like you're apologizing. However, the literal meaning is closer to, so you really piled up enough nerves in order to act like that's an apology. Okay. Caution, the wa in tsumori wa nai is interchangeable with ga or ja. Usually, dewa is not used. Interesting. The difference in nuance is that ga gives the impression of uninterested in A. Well, ja simply expressed that A is not the intended result. 今日は先生と話す That is small. No. 話すつもりがない. So that's saying I'm disinterested. Okay. 今日は何も会うつもりじゃない。Okay. Simply not the intended results. Okay. Okie dokie. Okay. So literary contrastive particle. Other about it.
私はこの本が好きではないけれども、あなたは好きでしょ
？That's over.
日本に行くつもりだ。
Okay. All done. We got our N5 Badgerino. Let's set this. Okay. There we go. All right. So we got 105 reviews. And then grammar is going to be in the back burner. Oh, what happens when you click on this? Oh, you just sweep it away? It's gone. Wow, that's kind of cute. You get to sweep it away. Okay. Oh, right. We still got to do our 20 vocab review because it was after midnight. Let's do our 20. Kuru. Become spatially temporal interpreter. Okay. Kuru. Fine. Chotto. Chotto a little, but there's a grammar point. Chotto. I feel like there's a grammar point with chotto. What is that? Oh. Toto. Toto There's a grammar point with koto, like how this is represented. But for the time being, this is things, matter. Yeah, a noun suffix. Yeah. Well then. Like, literally well then. Yeah. あれ Right. がありがとう。ありがとう。こんな、こんな。Used to describe something that has the feature of something close to the speaker. Not sure if that's what I originally thought. This is lingo now. Still lingo. Like this type is what I think it was. Like this type. Toki is fine. Ji, fine. What is that? Sama. It's fine. Naka. Kind of fine. There's a lot of use. Dakara. Oh, you know what? Did we have... Yes, we had dakara. Dakara is the one that we use for emphasizing the cause. Yeah? Yes. Nashi. Fair enough. Again, chikara. Toshi. Fair enough. Nen. Or counter, yep. And then otoko. It's kind of interesting that these are shown before, like otoko no hito and whatnot. Or shown after. Kata. Direction, way. Person, lady, or gentleman. Interesting. The other ones are fine. This one's interesting. 違う. That's a different. Go. Ko. Okay. No shi. Okay.
バスが来る。
ちょっと遠くまで歩く。
I don't... What? How do you about something? What type of about is this? Oh, I see how they're going with this.
私はあなたのことをもっと知りたい。
Oh, okay.
友達に。じゃあ、さようなら。
あれは何？
今日は集まってくれてありがとう。
私はこんな人が好きです。
時が早く過ぎる。
今の時間は5時です。
ジョーンズ様、おはようございます。
I don't know about that, Jones-sama.
私は今部屋の中にいます。
彼女はすぐ怒る。だから私は彼女が嫌いだ。
Okay.
父の話は面白い。
Oops.
彼は力がある。
彼女の年は30くらいだと思います。
Interesting. Instead of using sai and characterizing sai.
僕は中学3年生です。
私の子供は男です。
What? What? It can't be like, it's not like this, right? Oh, formal version. Did I accidentally double click or something? Version they're referring to. I have no idea. Oh, it used, oh man, it used the thing that I said was interesting. So it can be referred to as a generic person. Oh, okay.
あの方を知っていますか？
Thing. Okay, go. Interesting. Remember it. Oh.
あなたとは考え方が違う。
The heck? How do you children this? Hang on. Oh, that's what they mean by wanting to children. Okay.
私には2人の子がいる。
I'm thinking of Kodomo. Okay. Let's do our reviews. What time is it? 4:20. Alright. Okay. Have I... Where the koto comes in, right? So... Ita? Ita koto ga aru ka? Ooh. No, this is just special. Oh, more polite.
日本に行ったことがありますか？
Need to know for the object.
テレビの前に机があります。
Oops. I'm forgetting for nominalize.
カタカナを覚えるのが下手。
Is E? You're right.
"きれいじゃなかった」と言いました。
I forgot the extra E. I can just... Oops. We need the na for the non-adjective, right? Then
彼女は綺麗なだけ。
大きい、大きくて。
お母さんは危ないって言った。
that there was emoting. Different grammar structure.
"あなたの iPhone はどれですか?"
Hmm. I thought it required the te form for this. Or is it still should? Oh, okay, what's going on? Oh. Abe.
朝ごはんを食べた方がいい。
これは僕のじゃないです。田中さんのです。
京都や東京や大阪に行きました。
先生が教えた文法。
Okay. What are you?
もう2時ですか。まだお弁当を食べてないです。食べなくてはならない。
Colloquial or pretty? しなく、しなくちゃ、or しなくちゃ、じゃあ、must study. Oh, is it just not? Oh, that would be, yeah, yeah,
もっと文法を勉強しなくちゃいけない。
and then a ku is required for cha. Yeah, snakcha or shnakcha, not snakya. Right. I was trying to the one. About?
1週間に5時間ぐらいスポーツをする。
What happens when it's a non-adjective?
静かで平和なところに住みたい。
What? That doesn't. It's a Teiru situation. Right. So thought it was
風太郎さんは毎日ミクさんと一緒に歴史を勉強している。
I had a typo somewhere. I don't know where.
「生徒は習う」「生徒は習います」。
トムはどこに行った？
どの国に行くんですか？
この池で泳ぐな。
お風呂に入るまでゆっくりしたい。
一人にしないでください。
Oh there, Rebel. Hello.
「この鉛筆を使ってください」。
Oh no, it's 요거折れて This is Yoko. Huh? Yoko? Did I type Yoko or did I type... Yeah. You're still missing a couple basic kanji, you're realizing? A couple basic kanji? How so? Oh, wait. Okay. I'm actually... No? Oh no. I'm thinking of something else. Yokoreta. Yokore... Better not to. Yokorenai. Yokorenai. Hoga ii. Oh, no, I thought it was Uko. Man, I really thought it was so I'm messing up the stems somehow. Negative. Like one of the... Let's find out. It's not. It's an done. Like this one. Like this one, the first one. Oh, okay. I really thought this was so it would be done. Huh. remove the entire thing. I mean, the only other solution would be this. Huh. Or maybe it's special, so I have a mental block on this. That's for sure. Go with and the stem should have been then you just nigh. I think we're just gonna get a pass for this. I don't see how. Isn't that just repeating yogare? You're lost? No. I wrote yoga yogo nai ga ii. And then I wrote yogo rera nai ga ii. These are all the different things dealing with ru verbs. Either godan ru or an ichidan verb. So I didn't do that. It wasn't repeating the same thing. You weren't reading the characters while they were doing it. So I was testing different stems. There's no other stem permutation I can think of. Oh, no. What other stem permutation can I think of? I know this has to be an ichidan, so how is it not yogore and then adding nai to it? Oh my. I'm so dumb. Oh my gosh. No, is that what you mean? No. Is that what you mean? You're talking about oh no, I get what you mean. I get what you mean. Are you talking about this? I just realized how dumb this is. They didn't want me to conjugate the whole thing. They just want the... Is this what you mean, Rev 1? You're talking about this here. I didn't even... I don't want to talk about it. I thought this was not part of it. Never mind. I got it. Yeah. That makes sense. They were completing. They were making this as part of the answer. I didn't even consider that it was part of the answer. Yeah, that's not very clear to me. I see. Yeah, I was writing the whole answer. Like, I was writing what I would say when I was writing what I was gonna say without the answer. It would just be a blank. What's this? Did this always say this? I don't know. This always said that. Alright, so let's do our vocabulary. This is a 50-50. I'm gonna guess that would be your kind of mistake, actually. I mean, it happens a lot, actually, in Bunpro. Not strictly your own kind. I can relate. We have a 50-50 on this. I'm gonna choose. Okay.
お菓子を食べてもいい？
I see a desk there. Oh.
私は音楽が好きなんだ。え？私もそうです。
That one, because the desk. There's another way to say it though.
寂しい気持ちになったので友達に電話をしました。
Oh, that's short. So this, yeah.
"体重計に乗るのが嫌いです。
That's a 50-50 too.
私はチケットを売る仕事をしています。
You're like repeating like for no reason. Like, think you were thinking of repeating like for no reason. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah. Yeah.
私の誕生日は1月です。
Which one is this? I want to say. Whoops, I missed a hyphen. Heck you.
今が何年かわかりますか？
That's a 50-50 too.
あなたは秋が好きですか？
It's fine. It's a, you gotta know. You gotta know.
家に冷蔵庫が2台ある。
You just gotta fill it. Fill it in.
この紅茶どこの？
It's both. Oh, no, wait.
今日の昼は晴れです。
Oops. Just the
友達を作りたい。
今日の天気はどう？
あなたは豚肉が好きですか？
それは誰からのお土産なの？
Got for friend? Yeah. Wait. What do you mean got for friend? Like for making friends. That was tomodachiを使 tsukutai or something. I just want to make friends. Yeah. It's good. It's good. It's good. I thought that was funny. I thought that was interesting too. Like it checks out with making, as opposed to like some other special word for. I figured making friends dealt with a special word. That's their example anyway. It could be possibly with another word, another verb possibly. That's not a 50-50 yet. Zenbu is not a 50-50. Actually, it's probably gonna be 1 out of 3, 33% when we get more vocabulary. You mean French is complex and you still say we are making friends? Well, it doesn't really have to do with the complexity of it. It's more for the act of making friends. So like in English, it says, you know, we're saying we're making friends, but that make doesn't mean the same as making a cake. In Japanese, a lot of times when it comes to people, they have an exclusion because of cultural differences, not necessarily because a language is a language, or whether it's complex or not. It's not complex to have separate verbs when dealing with friends. Build friends? Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I mean. It doesn't really jive with the cultural understanding, but it's interesting that you can say that. Like one become friends. Nara. You could use like narau. Yeah. Yeah, like narau to become friends. And then you use narau in the state changing. So like narau, like I don't know, naratte deiru or something, where you become friends and stay friends. As opposed to like make friends. Or something. What I'm trying to think of is like, it feels like Japanese would have decided to, like, may have decided that making friends is different from trying to blend it in with the act of building and making a different sense. It's interesting. I don't know. The closest thing based on the grammar rules that I have would be something like narau to become, and do like naratteiru or something like that, where you have become friends and you're still friends. You stay as friends. It's a state that doesn't change. So you have become friends once, and now the state has remained the same. Or it could be something wild like asobu or something, to hang out, and then hang out something because it's like a very human thing. They could use like asobu to be like to make friends. So to go out as a person, to go out and play, is also the same as being used to make friends or something like that. Something weird. No, the example I have right now is skuru. Again, I have no idea if this is true or not. These are examples based specifically on the vocabulary words that are available. So, more on that in a couple years, I suppose.
このベッドは古いです。
Oh no. But we have plenty of choices here, so let's look at the context. 彼は韓国 Kakaku no the father of science. This seems less personal, so it's probably going to be 父。
彼は科学の父と呼ばれている。
Not a personal father, or you're not talking about your father, and you're not talking about someone else's father. So you can probably get chichi as opposed to like Otol-san. If you remember correctly, you're not sure, you can literally say I'm going to see some friends in Japanese, but you might be wrong. Oh, going to see friends. Yeah, that's more in line. That's probably more in line with what I think about like asobu, using asobu instead. Like you're going out to meet people, and the meeting people might actually be your friends. So then you can mark friends. So you can mark friends with an action of meeting them. And then it can be interpreted as, oh yeah, you know, I'm also going to make friends or something like that. Literally build a friend, which we can do. I mean, you know, you can build a friend, right? Oh, which by the way, it's after midnight, right? This count is gonna... Okay, it's fine. It's so weird. I'm doing things after midnight, around midnight. So, Bunpro resets on midnight. It's kind of weird. Uh,
この鉛筆は赤色です。
in a poetic way, everything is possible. It really is. One day we'll be, you know, one day we'll be building our Nendroids. I'm kidding. Or am I?
あなたはカラオケが好きですか？
What are you doing right now, Rebel?
母が死んだ。でも悲しくなかった。
What? Wait, to play? Oh, to play the clarinet. Oh no.
クラリネットを吹くのは難しいです。
I was focused on the play part, not the play what part. I gotta make sure to make sure to note what is it that you're actually playing.
科学が全くわからない。
Let's try a word commonly used when referring to one's own possession or opinions. Sono midori iro no tsuido or no, yeah. Something that is commonly referred to one's own possession. Oh, right. No, we can do, we'll probably do jibun.
その緑色の水筒は自分のものです。
The rest of the family is asleep. It's your alone time, you know? Oh, so what do you do in your alone time? That sounds kind of a sus question, the way that sounds. But I'm sure you know what I mean. It's like, oh, what do you do in your alone time? So help me if you say trimming bonsai. I would give you a score of 15 out of 10. I'm kidding. But I haven't met anyone who like one day just straight up say, oh yeah, you know, I weave baskets. I'm like, what? You gotta tell me more. Or like, oh, I moonlight as a I don't know, flamenco dancer or something. I'm like, what? Are you catching up on any programming? What are you doing?
今年はまだ風邪をひいていない。
No problem. So normally you're doing some Japanese studying, gaming, watching Japanese stuff, or even watching some Twitch streams. Okay, okay. So that's your go-to. Some casual Japanese sneaky. Oh yeah, that's right. You did mention that your significant other isn't into Japanese, right? Basically nothing really. I see. I like the wind down vibing situation for when you're resting.
あなたは何を心配していますか？
心配するな、right? 心配するな。
薬はとても苦いです。
In sports shows, I hear the phrase "no mind" a lot, and I'm guessing it means don't mind, or like no mind as in like shake it off or don't worry about it situation. So no mind always sticks in my head after watching a bunch of sports anime. You know, like when someone like, I'm thinking of Haikyuu right now, but when someone like loses a point and then they just yell "no mind," I always think of like, yeah, just shake it off, you know, shake it off. Which also back in the day, if you're among guys, when you're thinking about sports, it always comes off as very crude to say shake it off. And I'm like, shake what off? So you know what we're talking about. Sorry if that was a little appropriate. Those jokes happen all the time. I used to, in high school, we bowled. We went bowling. So like high school for bowling practices. So it's often dealing with rolling your ball, shaking it off. And I'm like, yeah, high school humor right there. Oh, which danger are we talking about here? Probably Kiken. Egg, it's not Kiken? How about a word that is most often heard in conversation?
この地域は危ないです。
Kiken is more formal, so that's why they're saying. But there's no way, it's very difficult to know when you say this area is dangerous. If you're talking colloquially, it sounds more formal, this area is dangerous. Maybe if they're talking about in the third person, they're referring to Kiken. But this is kind of third person-y. Yeah, this sounds softer. Abunai, oh, you mean Kiken sounds softer? Abunai, yeah, Abunai is softer. Or, not really softer, but it's spoken. So, like, oh no, this one? Oh, okay. Yeah, it should be... Yeah, Abunai should be softer. And maybe they'll read road signs or something, I don't know. This does sound like someone who's speaking, so I guess. By the way, I don't mind this. It's fun to see how many like examples there are actually. Just means you got a lot of choices and a lot of nuances to cover on. Like buy? Oh. Oh, by this extent.
僕は今日の夕方までに家の掃除を終わらせなくてはいけない。
by a deadline. By this evening. Like by like, you know, a deadline situation. Like by what? Yeah? Oops. Oh no. Why the my oh no, why the sun pause? Oh, I got it. It's fine.
私の国の文化よりあなたの国の文化の方が歴史がある。
クラスメートに聞く。このくじを引いたのは君だろう。
The book is very thick. We're gonna go with... This is a 50-50. Oops.
この本はとても厚い。
Yeah, true lottery. Yeah, hiku, pull. Hiku is to pull out, like pull something out of something. Oh, drew, like drawing? Are you referring to drawing, like sketching originally? Yeah. I think this is why translating is fun. Like, I actually think it's pretty funny. Like, for this, like, that this is not, it's not testo. Yeah, you know, it's not testo. Probably shikai, or no, go, wait. 試験。
教習所で車の試験を受ける。
I mean, if you're colloquial, you could probably still say no. But this, you know, driving test is kind of formal, I suppose. So, 試験 is fine. I think game is gonna come up again as a, like, or I don't know what the character is. Kaigi, no, it'll come up again. I need trigger.
父と買い物に行きます。
Let's try a stronger. Oh, yeah.
あなたには
There's
大
no
嫌いなもの
distinction.
がありますか？
There's no distinction between, like in the English, there's not enough context to know which hate they're talking about. They don't add like really hate or despise or a higher intensifier than hate. So any form of dislike is still hate. Oh, this is a 50-50 too. We're gonna go with... Okay. Oh, I misspelled it.
このコンピューターはいくら？
今日はいい天気なので走りに行きましょう。
あなたは野菜が好きですか？
僕は毎晩子供たちに本を読まなければならない。
Some days I immediately think my yoru. That's so dumb. Anyways. Okay.
その花瓶は私が妻と結婚した時にもらいました。
Imagine just randomly saying Mayoru. Or like, Maya.
トムは箸を使うのが結構上手だ。
あなたの好きな花は何ですか？
How do I put up? No, that's to turn on. Get it. Get it.
マッチで火をつける。
この教科書は中学3年生用です。
甘いものが食べたい。
あなたは日曜日に何をしますか？
部活の顧問。次の部長を決める前に今の部長にお礼を言いましょ
冬になると雪が降る。
う。この薬局に勤めているのは私の母と父です。
私の靴はこの青いのです。
Wait. What? Oh. Oh no. Wait, hold up. To put an egg omelet. お弁当箱卵を切った。I was gonna go with Haidu, but can it be Boku? That no. What? Oh, I screwed up. It's ire. 入れました。
娘のお弁当箱に卵焼きとおむすびを入れました。
You're missing so much useful verbs. Duolingo is really going slow on verbs. Oh yeah, Duolingo takes its time for sure because Duolingo has to distribute exercises for every single conjugation every time they introduce a new verb. You know, they do it, Duolingo does it vertically as opposed to horizontally. So you use a large, vast swath. Like, for example, like the MAS form, right? Like the MAS form is, for the first year when I was using Duolingo, the MAS form and the polite version is drilled into my cranium. So whenever I'm doing Bunpro, I'm like enforcing myself to take time to conjugate into something else. Obviously there's still basic form and stuff around half the way, but they would have to give you like an example of every single form. Meanwhile, Bunpro, when they teach vocabulary, it's inferred that you know horizontally all the conjugated forms as you're going. Like for this one, iremashita, I was like, huh, ending. It kind of sounds like I needed an ichidan here. And I was like, there's different puts, but that's definitely not going to produce the ending that I would want. What kind of useful verbs are we talking about? Which one was useful here? Or like in the past couple of sets? Past couple of cards.
今は悲しい気持ちなので僕を一人にしてください。
Greenery? Midori?
ここには緑がたくさんある。
Didn't recall put, so haidu? Really? Huh. I think you got haidu a lot really early, but they didn't use it as put. Probably like to insert or like to place inside, like to take in or something like that. Although, I'm trying to think back. It's been a while. We're gonna go back and complete the other half at some point. But Oku, not sure if that was early or not. Early enough. I only got to for Duolingo, I think it was something in, I only got to like unit 3 section, I don't know what the section number is anymore because they kind of like split it up and made it longer. They really tend to overdo some verbs before switching. Yeah. That's the way. It's the Duolingo way. Wait, which one? What kind of sick is this? Yoki?
あなたは病気なので働かない方がいい。
あなたは野菜が嫌いですか？
Duolingo is for chill time. You know, you do the chillin'. It do be chillin'. Oops.
私はまだインドに行く夢を叶えていません。
病院で雑誌を読む。
明日は休みだ。
Your Switch computers will be back in a moment. Alright. Sounds good.
駅から近いアパートを探す。
このタクシーはどこの会社のですか？
Oh no. I thought this would come back to me by the time this get back. I want to say it's meat and something. Meat? No. 試合。
次のボクシングの試合はどこの国で行われますか？
Okay. Okay.
「彼女は私の母です。
That's a 50-50. $50-52.
父が息子に、あの教師がお前の担任だろう。
私はアメリカに住んでいます。
Oh no. Maybe it's what does it. No, no. What else can we give? Ooh. That's like really. What did I learn today? So that's like super cash.
この新幹線はとても新しいです。
この言葉にはいろいろな意味がある。
その箱には何が入っているの？
あなたは飛行機が好き？
西がどの方向かわかりますか？
Deep. Oh boy.
私の父の声はとても太い。
眠いので寝室に来ました。
Can you try a different spelling here?
家にコップが10個あります。
Okay. Can I try a different word here? Oh, dark skin. Are you looking for like dark. There are more people with dark skin than white. Oh, I misspelled it.
この国では白い肌の人より黒い肌の人が多い。
I was thinking white skin.
風が吹いています。
どのセーターが欲しいですか？
That's not the proper ending. Oh, it could still fit.
先生が生徒に、この手紙を保護者に渡してください。
夏休みが始まります。
独り言。テストでいい点を取りたいので、もっと勉強をしなくちゃ。
両親が私に土地をくれました。
父の写真を撮る。
Only wonderful that.
昨日の友達の結婚式は本当に素敵だった。
旅館の女将。こちらのスリッパを履いてください。
あの社長は社員にもとても優しいんです。
歴史より地理の方が暗記の量が少ないです。
冷たいシャワーを浴びる。
What? I thought it was called. Oh. Picture the image. Envelope.
「封筒の中身は何？」
Futo. Oh. What work are we talking about here? Type of work I'm talking about. Probably like Araku or Hirata. Oh no, Hara. He got a. Oh no, I got all my syllables mixed up. Hataraku. Yeah.
あなたはどの会社で働いていますか？
Young. I'm thinking more like in the neighborhood of Kodomo Made, Konoji Made or something like that, but not. What else can you see? Oh, the wakai.
若い時はクラブで朝までオールするのが好きだった。
I was thinking more like a phrase. When I was a kid,
彼女は私のことを知っていると思います。
Okie dokie. Alright, our new badge was the 5. Yeah, sure. We're gonna leave those. It's fine. It's after our midnight. Okay. So, to really go over some stuff here, especially in the grammar section. See if I can recall. Not our new grammar stuff. So we have like better to do. And better to do comes off as Olga-yi. And the difference is we have the verb gonna be ta, and then to not was verb and we have nai drops for ku, and then both of these will be linked to plus ga. Yeah. Do I try other apps? Is this my favorite? This is my current thing. What do you mean by try other apps? I legitimately came from another app. I spent a year on an app. This is year 3. I'm still, it takes more than a year for Wanikani. The Wanikani is not going to end. Wanikani is not going to end until the half of this year. Oh, it's just on Wanikani. Wait, were you here earlier? Oh no, it was Beth. Beth was here earlier. When we met, was I on Bunpro or was I on Kazuhiro? I guess I might have been on both. But Wanikani comes first. Wanikani is technically not an app though. So you might be saying, oh, and if you're asking about favorites is whatever I'm currently doing. Yeah, we don't think of favorites retroactively. The current thing I'm doing is always a favorite. Okay, websites. Yeah, Wanikani is a website which focuses on character recognition and radicals and characters using mnemonic devices. What else we got? We still got to do the must do and must not do situation, right? Kind of the thing that's taking up some stuff. There's also it's okay for a situation. It's okay to, which is like verb and then related mo and yi. What's the must do ones? Must do ones are, the default is must not do. Is how I'm going about it. So that would be the verb off the te form. Got a particle wa, and we have the ikenai as our base. But there's also naranai. Also have truncations here, which today I've come to realize that you have, right? Yeah. And then do need the ku. Oh wait. Do I need the ku all the time? I think. So ku cha. Do you know the kanjimap.com is just a tool, but you thought it was pretty nice when you learned about it? Kanji map. Let me see what that is. Oh. That's interesting. Which one are we talking about here? Hold up. Okay. Check here. Ah. That's interesting. Ooh. Oh, that's neat. That's pretty cool. No. I don't know this thing, but let's see. I'm gonna write. Oh, that's really cute. This is a neat application. Yeah, it's called a map because it's a mind map. Yeah, it looks neat, but what I would say if I had to say anything about it is that's what you're supposed to be forming manually yourself when you're learning something. It's called kanji map because it's a mind map of kanji, which is what I'm doing right now. Like we're pulling from my mind web. Very convenient to look up stuff though. I'll keep that in mind. Right, and then we do the must do. Must do. Must do is when the verb then is converted to night, and then we have various. Oh no, actually, this ends up being fine. The nakute. And we add the ending. Yeah, you respect people for creating free stuff like that. Even more nowadays. I know, right? Nice to have the privilege of just randomly having all this stuff. Can't say how convenient all these stuff. I still remember when I joke about this whenever someone asks, like I've gotten asked by someone who's like in their teenager, in their either early 20s or teenager, when they ask like, so how did you learn Spanish? And my first thought is, we had books, and then it was dependent on everything our teacher said. like they were spending a lot of time complaining about how like resources are inaccurate. I was just talking about Beth to Beth about this, about like talking about Duolingo and like synthetic voices and all that stuff. And I went on a kind of like a digression about how one ceases to appreciate things when they constantly operate in idealism. And when you're on the internet, a lot of times, chronically on the internet, it can get to a point where your satisfaction and your tolerance and how you feel about things becomes so idolized. Like idolized in a manner that makes you feel bad. Like you constantly are intolerable to things. So whenever like people talk about like Duolingo synthetic voices and stuff, I was trying to give it like a more realistic take, like, oh, where's this, like you have to understand why they're upset, right? And a lot of times these great tools are great. However, unintentionally, when you have like all-encompassing tools, it creates an expectation. And one of the core topics we were talking about earlier was the idea that expectation shapes someone's tolerance. And it creates that meme. The meme that I was sharing was the meme that you can, like as a human being, human beings are incapable now of like cross-referencing. So there's no like cross-referencing. So whenever you get like awesome tools, I love getting awesome tools. The cooler the tools become, the more comprehensive it is, the greater the expectation becomes. And you get to a point where when you have kids growing up in a specific age, they often think about what happens when you don't have the tool to answer your questions, or what happens when you don't have the information to answer your questions. And the response would be kind of obvious for someone beforehand, but it shouldn't be passed off as sensitive. Like being sensitive, like as a sensitivity training, you would say something like, well, you try to figure it out, right? So you figure it out by taking all the things that you do know, and then you use it in a way that helps you discover the next step, right? Or like you engage in that source of material and you try to change the nature of the source of that material to grow from it. The thing is, nowadays, the internet can make it seem like you'll never reach a point in which you have to create anything or cross-reference anything or think outside something that's provided for you. So that goes back to that whole like long digression the last day, maybe even the first time we met. You don't need to create things anymore. Yeah, and even so, sometimes they don't really search for tools or for better tools or even for other ways. Exactly. So like whenever earlier we brought up Duolingo because Beth is really on their phone a lot, and they recently discovered Wagotabi, which is something I did cover, and I absolutely love Wagotabi. It's an immersion game that for low price of $5. I'm kind of shilling for Wagotabi. I'm not affiliated with them, but it's a really fun game that is constantly being updated, and it has no microtransactions or live service subscriptions. It's a one-time fee, and they update the game usually within every 2 months, and it's a really wonderful thing to have. And at the same time, it doesn't stop people from thinking, oh man, this game, it doesn't fulfill everything that I need to do to become fluent. So therefore, I'm going to spend my time criticizing it, tearing it apart for the things that it doesn't do because the developers didn't do them. So that's kind of the other opposite things. So I love that you're saying you really do respect for creating free stuff, because me too. Like, I think the internet has become this place where entitlement I'm not thinking that any apps can do that. Maybe because of your age, you don't know. Same. I ask myself the same question. Like each day when someone says, hey, where do you find the answer for depression? My first thought is, may I ask, what do you mean by the answer for your depression? Or like, how do you improve your sleep schedule? And I'm like, what are you currently doing? And then when you understand and characterize what you are currently doing, do you know like the pros and cons of your characterize the nature of your sleeping schedule, and then use it to cross-reference many different opinions, then synthesize what is currently you characterizing in your own life and run parallels and comparative analyses with many different opinions that are available to you online. And their first, the response would be, well, how do I know what's right or what's wrong? You test it, right? So you might be like, I'm trying to be as not, I'm like very serious about this because it's not obvious or funny or weird to the person I'm talking to or the various people I'm talking to. They are expecting that there is something available that does it for them. So like, for example, when someone says, how do you fix your sleep schedule? Download an app. And then when they download the app, they basically show me their sleep schedule, right? They show me their sleep schedule online, like on their chart. And I ask them, what do you think this sleep schedule is telling you? Because if the device or the app doesn't tell you what to do, there's no other step after it. Like at the moment, there's no incentive or encouragement or natural feeling. I understand that it sounds like they don't want to put effort, but it's definitely deeper than that. It's the, where do you put the effort? Like, how do you apply effort to this? So there was a time, I would say maybe 5 years back, they definitely know, like they don't want to put in the effort. Now it's slowly becoming, I have efforts, but I don't know how to use it, right? So it's like, oh, you know what? I keep messing up on this vocabulary word. And their thought is, maybe someone will explain to me what to do so I can allocate effort to it. Then it will solve my problem. And they look at me like I do effort everywhere for whatever reason. Exactly. Like, for example, what takes effort looks stupid. Like, literally, I've been talked to and condescend like I'm stupid. Like, why are you, like, what's the point of doing this the hard way? Like, why are you doing this when there's an easier way to do this? And I would ask them, so what's the easier way to do this? And they would explain what they're doing, what the tool is getting them to do. And then I asked them, so how is this easy or harder than what I'm doing? And the answer is like, well, look, I learned more things according to this tool. And I'm like, that doesn't explain why it's easier or harder. You have to analyze why these two things are different, like between me and you. Like, what is the differing in effort? Do you, like, can you explain to me why, if you observe me, I'm having a harder time than you are with two very different things? So you have to explain the differences and the similarities in order to be so certain about it. So nowadays, it's the internet is results driven, right? It's results driven. So as long as your sleep schedule is improving by looking at a tracker, they don't like, there's no incentive. There's a lack of incentive to know why it's working. how it's working. And then when the tracker stops working, or whatever they're currently doing stops working, they don't know where else to go. Or they start over, basically. They start over with a new system. So it's like discarding an old system to acquire a new system. And my first thought is, well, you've done an old system, so now you can use that, what you learn from the old system, to select a better system, right? Then your next selection should be based on all of the learning experiences you've gathered from the previous tool. So your next selection often becomes consistently better. Even if you're selecting for another tool, your selection factor should be getting better. What I observe instead is someone who makes one mistake, or like they think they made a mistake. Basically, they started studying and they used a tool. And when that tool doesn't get them to their lofty goal of fluency, they believe they made a mistake. And my first thought is, it's not a mistake. You have learned maybe what it can teach you, and now you have to learn what is its limitations and move to another thing that involves circumventing or improving upon that limitation, or build upon that limitation, or like to check redundancy and whatnot, or reinforcement. There's so many ways, but the idea is they are going to go and find another tool and start over from scratch. Like, not start over from not start over from scratch as in the content. The content doesn't start. The results is not from scratch. What they're trying to do is they're going to try to find another tool that meets the not from scratch, and they start over their learning system. This is what creates the sadness, the mistake feeling, the waste of time. So whenever someone says something like, oh, so you've used Duolingo before, now you're using WaniKani, are you going to start where you left off on Duolingo? And I'm like, what do you mean start off where I left on Duolingo? Duolingo is Duolingo, WaniKani is WaniKani. They're two different systems. I'm going to take all the things I've learned in Duolingo, how they do things, and I'm going to see if I can also do that and combine them and see how they work together, and maybe how they destructively, usually when it comes to learning, they don't interact destructively. They usually act synergistically or additively. So the things that I do in Duolingo was lifted onto WaniKani. And then now what I'm doing here is a combination of lifting Duolingo and WaniKani's experience onto Bunpro. And then Bunpro is a more flexible system, so I can create decks off of cross-referencing Duolingo, WaniKani, and Bunpro, right? That's the idea. The reason why I know this is not the case for the people that I'm talking about is when they think about starting something, they hope they never have to change. So when you start to learn something, right, the first question they'll ask is, can I become fluent and become a master and never have to pick another tool? Because the moment they have to change to another tool, there are no transferable skills or value between the two tools other than the results. So like if you learned 2000 kanji, right? If you learn 2000 kanji with, say, Duolingo, there are actually 2000 kanji in the Duolingo course. Very close, if not exceeded that at this point. When you learn that amount of kanji, right? And then you go and look for you shop for your next, Duolingo's not putting out, you shop for the next tool. Their first goal is, I need a tool that teaches me everything that isn't those 2000 kanji. because it's results based. What they're looking for is they assume that the one way that they learned with the tool that they had is the only way to picture and understand the results that they had. So when they're looking for the next tool, they're not looking at how well they learn or how they learn the 2000 kanji. They're looking for a tool that teach them everything else outside of the results that they have. So like, for example, when someone asks me like, why are you on Bunpro? Why are you doing vocabulary on Bunpro if you already did it on Wanikani? And if you did it on Wanikani, why did you do it on Duolingo? Like, well, I mean, if they are compartmentalized, then the only way to associate them is based on their results. So all three have kanji. But the three of them present the kanji in a very different way. Like, really different. They're startlingly different. Like, 90% of Wanikani's information about kanji, radicals, and the mnemonics for the studying of the vocabulary and kanji do not exist in Bunpro. Bunpro gives you the jisho stuff, the technical stuff, and examples, you know, part of speech and whatnot. And in Duolingo is all implicit. The closest thing you get to like a actual explanation is the vocabulary word itself in translation. Everything else is implicit. It's implicit through mechanical repetition. So you have to see the comparative analyses. Like, this kanji looks like this kanji. So now you can associate, like, day looks like sun, right? Which looks like the counter for day, which, so it's all implicit. So the idea is what they see is, oh, I already know day. I already know sun. I don't ever need to look at it in a different point of view. Ever again. And my first thought is, that's fine. Yeah, depending on learning style, it can also feel so different. Exactly. Exactly. And you might be thinking, okay, so it's a waste of time, right? Like, hear me out. If someone is learning and it works, you know, whatever way they're learning, it works. That's results. It gets you the results. That's perfectly fine. For like when you're doing a hobby and you found a learning style or like however your learning preferences, and then the tool takes your learning. So we have to be careful about this. So learning style is now often referred to, for myself, is referring to as your preferences, the things that you've trained and already practiced. People are not limited by their preferences or their with training, people are not limited to any particular learning style, for example, but you can train many learning styles, like learning preferences and whatnot. The thing about it is, why waste time doing that then? Why waste time learning something or a different way if it's not going to get you, quote unquote, more results? It goes back to the example I was talking about when people ridicule comparatively, like when they analyze things, criticize things, constructively modify, iterate, and create. Those are necessary to have the ability to have skills that are able to tell differences and comparative analyses and whatnot. So if someone comes to you and say, this is the best way to learn Japanese, right? And then they list like one thing. And then maybe they list like 5 things that don't overlap. That is unreliable to me, personally. No offense to that other person. If that works for them, that's fantastic. But they have no comparative analytical experience necessary to even trigger their analytical skills to compare and advise someone else. It's kind of like saying, oh, I cooked the very complex omelet once and did all these things. Yeah, you're implying a lot of things into style, yeah. I totally understand that. Yeah, I totally understand what you're getting at. So, for me, when I'm thinking someone like, oh, they graduated college, so then they never have to study again. Like, never have to do that college thing again. They never have to start back from step one. They never have to refine or iterate or compare some fundamental things when they're going over things. That's what results-based things tell people, and it will work. I'm not saying it doesn't work. It definitely works. Now, the people that I talk to, whenever some stranger, sorry, Revel, you're gonna catch some hairs here, possibly like some stray bullets here. It's not intentional. We're talking about hypotheticals. So the large majority of people who eventually cross my path, right? Like eventually cross my path, they're individuals who are not necessarily looking for things anymore. Like looking for things explained to them. Now there are two pools. I think, Revel, you belong to a way smaller pool, which is you're looking to be surprised. You're looking for discovery. You're wandering around for discovery, not the other type, which is 9 out of 10 times. So 9 out of 10 times is someone looking for a solution. And we're talking about a solution in which it either is affirmation of what they're looking for because they have a persistent problem. The other 1 out of 10 are people who are embracing the uncertainty of discovery, which is tied to a conversation I had earlier today, which is like you're wandering around and you're seeing what suits your fancy. You're using your analytical skills to see how the serendipitous nature of what you're doing can come up with something more like interesting, like something that's engaging to you. The other side is when someone finally filters down to me, like, because I don't talk to it. I like talk to one person a day, by the way, on average, maybe not even one person a day average at the moment. When they get to this like selection factor, it'll be someone who is likely saying, yeah, I feel pretty crummy. There isn't anything that really explains anything to me. Like this person, like no one on the internet seems to be able to explain how to be successful in life, or how to make video games interesting again, or how to make this drifty feeling that I have each and every day. That's when you eventually get to a point where you would be somewhere floating around in like the dead zone of Twitch and the dead zone of YouTube, right? And of course, in that moment, I would be the one that's ranting about something like this, which is going to elicit a lot of questions. And one of the questions is, why do you do all of this if you don't need to? Why do you do all of this if it's redundant and there's no results to it? And my first question typically are, what do you think I'm doing? And it might sound condescending, which is not intentional, but I genuinely have to decide if I understand what they're saying. Like, if they tell me that I'm redundantly doing this, I need to understand what is it that I'm doing that they think is redundant, because I can understand if this doesn't have value to me, I would not be doing it. Do they really, is the person I'm speaking to really convinced that somehow other people choose to waste their time? That's one of the logical fallacies or the presumptions that happen immediately for a lot of times. Like, for example, even streaming, being on stream with no one, like someone would come by and say, hey, you're wasting your time since you don't have any viewers. And my first thought was, Okay, what does viewers have to do with me feeling like I'm wasting my time? Like, well, you know, like if no one notices you, you're wasting your time. It's like, what do you do when you're sleeping? Like, there are various cognitive and logical dissonance that has to be illustrated online for someone to make the critical thinking connections. That's what's concerning to me. You never went to uni and your kind study every day in some way to keep up with your job? Exactly. Actually, I would argue that the job would likely present enough critical thinking and problem solving opportunities than uni could ever provide in a way that is obligatory. I think uni is a privilege. Going to college is a privilege. You can engage in specific challenges that may or may not be obligatory. In order to be successful at university, you have to obligate yourself to challenge yourself a lot of times nowadays, right? Like when people say, oh, I didn't learn anything from high school, it's like, but you didn't have to obligate yourself even when you're in high school. That's crazy. And then when you go to uni, you think that somehow if you don't obligate yourself to challenges, you would somehow magically learn something. It's kind of like expecting life to throw challenges at you, and you will only improve and grow when life pushes you to literally have to do it. And I totally get that. That works. It does work. That's not how I operate. Like, I went to university to know and learn how to deal, how to analyze problems that have yet to be discovered or yet to be encountered by me. So whenever I'm thinking about learning different methods, when someone asks me like, why do you like use Duolingo and before you use Wanikani is strictly better. It's like, why do you use Wanikani before Bunpro? Bunpro is strictly better. I'm like, they're not better or worse than each other. There are ways you can use them and not use them, or even combine them. Why is that important? What I usually get is that's a waste of time because they're all teaching the same content. And I'm like, well, the content is the same for certain. Well, you can't even make an argument that the content is the same. What they're talking about is the results of learning Japanese. Like the vocabulary is the same. How they're doing it is different. That was the most important part. Like when someone comes to me and say, hey, I'm having trouble learning Japanese. I feel like your approach to learning is very eclectic. Is there any ideas that you may want to like maybe share so that I can be inspired to do that? I would ask them, how are you doing things currently? Because it's likely going to be a short list. And the goal is that list is always shorter than mine. Not that it's achievable. What I mean is not that it's always the case. Like when someone asks me something, they would say, okay, I've done these 10 things, and I would have done those 10 things and more. The goal is that every day, if you're trying to solve a problem, you have to have more alternatives than those who are already trying to solve the problem and not have a solution. So, what is the point of trying to get similar results, but in different ways? If you have a problem in your life and you're scared and you're constantly uncertain about the future, you never know where to start because you're afraid of what's going to happen later. That's where the confidence comes from. It's not necessarily confidence, but it's more like the feeling of security. Security is what creates that insecurity that people feel, or like protects against that insecurity that they feel when they start something. They can't change it anymore. Like it's like set in stone. There's no backing out of it now, or changing it or altering your course correcting, right? And for me, I'm like, I don't, it doesn't matter how I start learning Japanese. You just do it and it'll eventually just go from A to like D to F and then back around again, and then I'll achieve my goals. And it sucks when that is linear. So I've met a couple really smart noggins lately, and some of them I had the privilege of them sharing their study plans with me. And it's great when I see someone, right? It's great when I see someone where their plans have contingencies. Like, if this doesn't work, I can do the next 3 things. And I will run, like, they will run like 2 redundancies, and whichever redundancy pulls forward and reaches a certain milestone, they will stick to that one and keep a backup, right? It's non-linear progression. Like, you understand that certain things do not work all the time. But for me, my experience is those who are recently entering college, like second year of college, or those who only graduated high school or still in high school, they think of everything as linear. As in, they believe that if they focus and put everything in one basket, all the other things will line up. They have no like, that's what they want, because they don't ever want to reinvent the wheel. Because if they reinvent the wheel, it will take too much effort to see the connections, learn from your mistakes, and it's often a waste of time. The leveling RPG style, exactly. It's linear, like, it's kind of like kind of RPG. So like a different RPG. Like, for example, let's think of 2 different styles of RPG nowadays. We have RPG, where the environment shapes your requirements. Right? So you can have both of these, obviously, but there are 2 like main leveling type of styles that have become fairly separated, but they're usually present in all RPGs, like most RPGs. And then there's leveling linearly based on stat preferences or stat style. And they do occur. Like, for example, we'll take a FromSoft game. There's a combination of these 2. That's what makes like it a dynamic process. But for me, the one that I'm trying to highlight is when people think of life skills, they're thinking about leveling stats based on their style. And their style is the only thing that either make or break their ability to be successful in the video game. So like, if you're a wizard, you want to be a wizard, you put all your stats in intelligence and charisma, right? And then meanwhile, you encounter a boss that negates all forms of intelligence. You're screwed. What are you going to do now? You have to waste all your time, because it's going to feel like you wasted your time, and start all over with a new system. You literally go back to the drawing board. You have no skills in other things, so you have to relearn. Ditch your wizard. That's what they're going to do. They're going to retrain their brain, forget that they were ever a wizard, and they're going to all in on a warrior with constitution, stamina, and power and strength. They're going to go through the game, and they hit something that negates physical damage. What are they going to do? They're going to go and chalk it up for a waste of time again, and then go back to the drawing board and do it all over again with a different archetype. Eventually, that is supposed to lead to cross analyses. Like, they would learn like, oh, okay, well, I still need to be a wizard in some situations, so I need some intelligence, but I want to like focus on being a wizard while having some melee stuff so I can overcome it. That's usually what would happen over time, right? Like, you would say naturally that is what problem solving and critical thinking will come up. Obstacles present that, but not on the internet. It's very different on the internet. Because nowadays, what games do is they make the game flexible. Flexible and pander. Because that's how you sell games now. And what you do is you sell them a success. So what does that look like? A game in which no matter which way you do, you can succeed because they made it so that the boss design is flexible enough that anything you put your style into, you will succeed using that style. So they never encounter a challenge on leveling. You never encounter a challenge on thinking. I legitimately am acquainted with a very bright person who has very strong aptitudes, but their skill is completely specialized even in video games. Like, they can't play any video games outside of the realm of how they level or how they play. Like, if I put a puzzle game in front of them, they would go catatonic. But they can do things that I can't even imagine doing in that way in another game because they put all their stats into that. It fits and suits their style. So video games now, especially mainstream games, pander to the target audience. They use research data to determine the build that accommodates the style that exists in the majority of their audience. So it's no longer creating simply to create out of ignorance to their target audience, because their target audience is usually looking for a requirement, a challenge, a requirement that is only felt when you need to level a skill by playing the video game. Not the same as going into a video game knowing how to succeed. That is where we are now. And for the record, it's great that you raised the RPG style thing. This type of video game is a lifestyle choice now. Like, video games are a lifestyle choice that impacts youth learning. Adults, like, if you're already 40 and 50, you've got lots of other experience prior to this. But in video games, this is how people problem solve now. Like, so when games are bad and they get the worst rating and they get like belligerent, hyperpolar criticisms when the game is quote unquote not balanced. That's not the same meaning anymore. When they say a game is not balanced, it means that their preferred style of accomplishing success is not as competitive with all of the other expected success. So like, if Elden Ring said no magic, then it would be balanced for some people. When they say you cannot use melee, it would be balanced for another people. Right? So now it's about projecting your leveling style, as opposed to understanding that all existing leveling styles is achievable by the person. So in RPG games now, most RPG games are so flexible that you can succeed in many different ways. It does not impart or obligate you to level to meet the environmental challenges. So like, oh no, like I should have not all in. So one of the fastest ways to like kind of beat RPG games and like the standard pandering RPG games is to specialize. Immediately when you specialize, you'll rocket to the finish line, right? Stack all stamina. You're just brute force because that's for the brute force style. Everything can be brute force with stamina. And then it's like stack all on strength. All you have to do is focus on your style of dodging everything and then just one-shotting a boss. Focus all on magic, so you never get into contact in melee range with a boss because that's your particular style. Alternatively, you could play a game like Persona where if you stick to one strategy, hear me out, it happened to Persona 2, by the way. Persona 3, the original Persona 3, had mechanics that quote unquote, that required that you cycle characters. But when they went to make Persona Reloaded, it got to a point where there's very specific mechanics in the game that simply is the one for all. And that shows because this design is like separated by 20 years. Yeah, not really 20 years, but maybe like 10 years. And that shows a maturity of mentality that has changed over the years. You are no longer being tasked to understand what is it that you need to level, what is it that you need to curate and learn and do. You simply iterate on the things you've already learned, already do, and you never have to change it. It is the content that changes. So your skills of leveling, your learning skills stay the same. You never have to adapt. What changes is the skills you have gets new content to consume. So how relevant is this? When someone says, if I learned one language, would I get better at learning the next language? Right? The answer is you're probably not going to learn better in the next language if you never leveled up different skills of learning because of that. Because of the first skill. Because there is a fundamental learning overlap between the act of learning, not the content. The content may or may not overlap. You know, it's varying. Like one could argue, see, this is why it's so easy to argue. Yeah. Yes, how can you say it all lines up, right? So, for example, you could say, oh, well, if I know English, Spanish overlaps with English in the content. It's like, okay, for those parts. But does that mean it will statistically help you learn faster? Like, what skill did you do just now? You decided to take the literal content and overlap it with literal content. You can gain, by the way, I'm not saying it doesn't do anything. You will gain those things. But there are transferable skills that are, in my opinion, statistically more likely to make you learn a third language faster than a second language and then the first and etc. And those transferable skills deal with how you level your game. Like how many times were you challenged? And how many times did you come up with new ways, new strategies on multiple problems you're solving while learning it? So for me, that's what adversity was. When you have a lot of adversity in your life and you manage to overcome them in so many different ways, when someone asks you for advice, you will inundate them as though like you have endless solutions because you've accrued them a lot of times. You gain those experiences. But to me right now, since it's always, when a problem comes up, it's always flexible enough for someone to be successful based on the way they already can do it, then there's no reason for them to ever need to expand their ability to problem solve. So I recently had a discussion with someone and I asked them like, okay, so how's your new strategy going? And they're like, oh, you know, I'm doing this and I'm doing this. And okay, so how has that changed your approach? Like, did you learn like what is it that is different here and what's different there? Their comments tend to be like, oh, I remember it better. I'm like, like, what did you learn? Like, how is it better? Like, well, I memorize things better. I'm like, okay, and why and how is it better? Because the reason why, if they don't do that, in my opinion, they cannot transfer that. There will be no understanding of why it works. So the next time they go and learn something else or encounter a problem, they wouldn't be able to iterate on it. Like, oh, I just realized this part doesn't work, so I'm going to tweak this part and keep all the parts that are still working. Instead, they would discard their current line of thinking and start over and encounter the same problem. They're not building on something. They constantly start over from scratch. Like, oh man, the wizard compartmentalized like to maximum event. Like, it's shocking to me how many times someone can encounter the same problem in different ways, because they're constantly relearning things, not building on things. That's mostly what you said when you said you're relearning how to help people. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, like, it's so difficult to like suggest that when you make a mistake, it's never a waste of time. Like, when you do something, you have learned a lot of things that did work and a lot of things that didn't work in the process of doing the thing that didn't provide results. So you mostly help them directly on one problem. I see. Yeah, that'll get you very good at solving that one problem. Possibly. If you're lucky enough to like have the skills to solve that one problem. It does take a while to accumulate like other different types of problems. So you would like need a lot of one problems to get there. Here it, instead of focusing on on the way for them to, oh, I see what you mean. Like the actual, okay. Yeah, finding by themselves. Yeah, so you were creating dependency over time instead of independency. You are not giving them, you are trying to not set, like you haven't set up the environment or their own way of becoming independent. Yeah, that's the internet. Like, how do you get more subscribers? How do you get more viewership? I'm not saying that's like people are malicious, you know? Like, I'm not saying people are malicious. I think the way businesses work right now and whatnot, the highest incentive is to create dependency. Whether it's for entertainment, I still think being, dependent on someone for entertainment, that's perfectly suitable. I don't think there's malicious intent. However, when it comes to solving people's problems, like their lives, how they keep feeling awful, like they're having trust issues, and the sources that they're getting is the idea that they will become dependent at every corner. They will never be able to become independent. And that's heartbreaking, honestly. That's why I love teaching. Teaching, like, what I mean is the whole goal of teaching is to create independence. The whole goal is to get the person, in my opinion, personally, this is my opinion of teaching, the greatest reward is to know that they become independent from you, even exceed you. In fact, if there's anything that I do that creates someone who then comes back and teach me something and challenges me to be independent, I'm all for it. Like, I am down. Like, when someone says like, oh yeah, thanks to you, I was able to do all these things, and now you come back and teach me something. That is probably one of the ideal like rewards of helping someone. But it doesn't have to be that, right? The ultimate goal is to see that the person becomes more and more independent. They tell you things they did, right? So like when someone asks you for help, they're not asking you to explain anymore. They're explaining things to you and getting an opinion on it. So over time, when you're actually helping someone, they're no longer asking you to explain things for them. They're explaining things to you and telling you what they have decided to do and asking for your secondary opinion, right? Like, it's not, hey, can you watch me and see what I'm doing wrong? That is asking, like, a lot of times that's the minimum asking for feedback. The very basic, common internet response, in my opinion, is when someone says, hey, something's not working. Can you watch me and just tell me what I'm doing wrong and then what I can do to fix it? And that is how you go about that will create dependency on its own. Like, even if you didn't intend it, when you're constantly explaining by observing so that they don't have to observe themselves and be self-aware themselves, and also being contributing to the problem, the solution development, they're rarely ever going to develop the skills to do so themselves, if ever. The idea is you slowly lean in on saying, okay, well, we've covered this problem before. Can you explain to me what I said last time and what did you decide to do that actually worked or didn't work? And then what happens is over time, like, you're shifting, right? You're trying to shift and encourage them to come up with start. If it's 0% at first, start with 0%. Then get them to do one of the steps, 5%, 10%. At some point, it's going to reach a period where you literally see the person, when they come to you, like when you meet up with them again, they're explaining things to you. The moment they start explaining things to you, now you're a participant with them. So now they know how to solve problems. They're simply asking for your attention to find a counterexample. Now you're exchanging ideas. That's like, pretty much, in my opinion, that's the progression of high school to college, right? To BS, not like Bachelor's of Science, sorry. And then to a PhD, right? The idea is you would witness the person gradually becoming independent. And that doesn't mean you can't have two independent people solving one problem. The interaction between two independent thinkers are vastly different from like a student and a teacher. And it doesn't go backwards, in my opinion. It rarely ever goes backwards the moment you achieve like critical thinking and problem solving skills. You don't suddenly like say, I don't know how things work anymore. Like, I can't, like, I don't know where to start. You usually don't go backwards. And that's a great feeling. And that's what I usually try to encourage people. Like, okay, I know it's struggling right now. You have a time in your life that you have a privilege of working on like these problems that you have that won't be like points of no return. Work on those problems. Trust, cause it's kind of a trust the process situation. But the idea is, if you solve one problem, even a minor problem, or like what that person considers as a minor problem, it's a step towards accumulating that experience. And you have to cultivate that. In my opinion, like as a person outside of the problems, your goal is to consistently cultivate their encouragement and reward systems for trying to not look for an answer, but create an answer from information that they feel are related to the answer. I mean, even the answer itself is related to the answer because they have to test it. And when they test it, they have to be able to integrate that information and see what answer they got from the internet is relevant to the actual answer that they have used in the long run. Not like verbatim, like where, oh, one of the steps in this answer on the internet fell through, so it's garbage now, it can't work. Like, I can't make it go. Like, oh man, I hit a hitch. This doesn't line up perfectly with what this person is showing online, so now I'm lost. There's no course correction. There's no improvisational, like improvised, like critical thinking skills. It feels like when you see the first step, they have to see all the steps after, and they also have to know that it all works that way before they're able to do it. You're talking mostly like specific work, diagnostic problems now, but yes, yeah, diagnostic problems for sure. I that's what I was actually going to use, like diagnostic, like symptoms, focusing on solving symptoms. and not necessarily focusing on the source, which the source deals with the process-oriented thinking that resulted in the problems in the first place. It's kind of like how far are you from the source, like the thing generating the problem, versus diagnosing the consequences of upstream events. And the more upstream, the more upstream you can get, the more value the downstream, like on the downstream consequences we get. So like everything can be seen as, like most things can be seen relatively as diagnostic to something upstream. So your goal is to consistently try to go upstream, because the value placed in upstream effector, like causes, will filter down to far more relevant effects that may either disappear, or of course it also, the pros and cons is if you go really far upstream, you can create new problems too, like unrelated problems, or like new downstream because of emergent understanding. The pros and cons on both sides, obviously, but it's to distinguish between diagnostics and like mechanics, like changing source mechanics, like the upstream, like producers, the creators, and then the consequences and results at the end. Instead of helping them to progress, they were hunting for an answer again and again. Yep. That's kind of where I'm stuck right now. Or not necessarily stuck. That's where I'm in right now. I'm trying to come up with, I'm doing this stuff because I'm also coming up with trying to think of different ways to like illustrate, like, oh, you can start doing this and then see and compare, instead of having me explain the things verbatim. And honestly, that's not engaging. Like, my experience so far is that if you talk to someone who asks for an answer, it's when it's explained, like explained explicitly, it's not engaging either for them. So they often would tell you that, oh, that's not how I learn. I learn by seeing the thing actually being done. So I'm kind of reaching a compromise here. I'm literally doing the things that I'm saying that could be useful, at the same time hoping that maybe the world might change a little bit, where people would be interested in the answer they're even hunting for, honestly. Sometimes the nature of the delivery, when you deliver the answer, is also hampering the progress of a person, because the nature of the way the answer has to be presented has to also be engaging and relevant, not abstractly acquired. So like if you say something that's entirely unrelated, and it's difficult to what they already know, that answer also fails to connect with them, even if you're providing an answer. So it's like a double whammy. The answer is not only not engaging to them because it's not related to something that they can do, which you have to present. You have to present an answer that's related to their existing skills. So you have to profile them enough, profiling them in a sense of asking them enough questions to present an answer that's relevant to it. And at the same time, also figure out an answer that would encourage them to create independently new solutions. Very, very tough. Because then you also have to balance, if that answer is exactly what they're looking for, then that means that they wouldn't learn anything from it. They're simply seeking affirmation. Like, for example, if they think they suck, like you have this person who's really depressed and they say, I suck at everything. And if the answer is they suck, if you want that, like they're fishing for being told that they suck, right? That could also go down a different road. So we have like the three major things for answer seeking people. You either affirm what they believe, which means they don't learn nothing, right? They learn nothing, and they also learn nothing about you either, or the relationship between you and them. And then they either have the answer, get the answer, but it's not engaging. So it's very similar to not saying the answer at all. When you combine these two, affirmation and looking for an answer that's not germane, what they would do is then they would use the answer they're looking for and only filter in the answer that's not engaging, just the bits that are affirming what they're doing. So if you provide an answer that's not engaging, but they are also fishing for an answer, you will likely, whatever you say, only the relevant bits will be taken out of context and reinforced their answer they're looking for. Like, for example, you could be talking about all the bad stuff about something, and then suddenly you mention some good stuff, right? And then you mention more good stuff than bad stuff. They would only hear the bad stuff if they're looking for bad stuff. If they are looking for good stuff, they will only hear the good stuff. And then the third icing on the cake is that they would not become independent, because they would have an inability to create by synthesizing what you said and what they're looking for. And that's kind of like the steps along the way for independence. Like, they would have to be able to eventually do all three of those steps together. They can discern the moments and the periods that what they're looking for, because they know those things work or don't work. They can be interested enough to synthesize new information while still knowing what works and don't work. So they're comparing opinions, like comparing feedback. Answering someone's question is, in my opinion, not feedback anymore. The thing whenever someone says, oh, well, what's the point? If I ask a question, isn't that feedback? It's like, no, it's not. Feedback is more than that. Like, technically you can qualify as feedback, but feedback doesn't end there. Feedback involves someone participating and you participating in interacting, right? If you're constantly getting answers, that's getting answers. That's not feedback you're using. You're using none of the feedback. You were provided the answer. What are you feedbacking to? Like, what are you building? It doesn't have a thing that you're using the feedback for. So that's the vicious cycle that happens. Someone believes they are learning and getting better until the source of their solutions and answers disappear. And then they're lost. So oftentimes we'll make it come back to Japanese language learning. Someone would be like, they finally learned the 2K deck, the 2000 kanji deck. And now they would sit there and say, now what? And what they would do is they would probably go to a forum and say, hey guys, how do you bridge the kanji to sentence gap? And then you would hear a lot of advice, right? The question is, depending on the person's critical thinking and problem solving skills, that advice mileage will vary dramatically. You could have someone who comes by and say, oh, you just do step 1 through 5. And then that person's like, oh, okay, I guess. They would pick, usually, in my opinion, they would pick the thing that is step by step, and to me, show no level of maturation in learning the language. Because if you immediately think that you're out of beginner and you're getting into your intermediate step, and your first thought is someone who is your stranger who like describes something and they just give you like 5 steps and you're like, that's what I'm looking for, like that's exactly what's going to do it. My first thought is, it sounds like you didn't learn anything. Like learn anything about learning, not learn anything about like Japanese. I'm sure you learned a lot of Japanese. The idea is when someone is experienced at learning something, they would take the advice and then they would doctor it. They would use their experience and it would look a little different, right? So when someone tells me like, oh, hey, this guy has a lot of good advice, right? Like this video has a lot of good advice. You should check it out. and I check it out and I'm like, okay, I have a lot of things to say about all their points. I think my experience also is important to framing what they're saying. Like, I don't particularly disagree or agree with this particular part, but maybe I'll reframe it for you, right? So when you're watching a video about something you have learned well, or something that you have been developing, generally speaking, and you can tell because then people become more nitpicky, right? They would nitpick like, oh no, that's not according to my experience. I don't agree with this. I would probably change this up. That's good. That's very excellent. How often do I hear that? I don't hear that very often. Like, not more often than someone says, oh, I just followed all these steps and it worked. Like, okay, can you explain to me how it works? And then how that would apply to me when you're talking about it? It's like, well, you know, you just follow their steps. Just Google it. And I'm like, that doesn't tell me that your advice you're telling me came from a place of experience. You did not explain the process. You gave me a solution. If you gave me a solution, then how do I know it even works? So then I go and look at it and I would come back and tell them like, okay, here are my opinions, right? I saw this person's rationale and all of that. Here are my changes that I would do because I have a lot of experience in this area, right? But that other person I'm talking to, in my opinion, they should have had opinions about the method because their experience would change up a lot of the methods. It's very super rare, like in my opinion, is incredibly rare unless like you're a 13-year-old or like a child, right? And that's not a bad thing, right? We're talking about children do not have the basis yet or the experience to form higher relations until they actually have the experience. But generally speaking, when someone explains to me their method in learning, if they do not explain anything other than citing someone else's answer, then there is a very real chance, highly likely chance, that they did not learn anything about why it works to even be giving me the advice. That is kind of how I feel whenever someone says, oh yeah, I'm a linguist, and based on my linguistic experts, these are the problems with this product. And I'm like, okay, that's a very bold statement. Can you clarify? But they usually don't clarify in their explanation. So my first thought is this is someone who overreaches because they don't have professional experience. And to me, they would have to prove it. They would have to, like, I'm not saying they don't. Maybe they are a genius linguistic person or a communication specialist. The idea is I have experience understanding when I see other people have experience. So even in a bad place, you gotta also know that when you're like, I want to say something very serious to end like this particular digression in a word of caution, so to speak, but also encouragement. Experienced people can see problems, and when they talk to you, right, two things. We'll start with the negative thing. The negative thing is, if you're hurting and you have problems and you have no problem solving skills and critical thinking skills, be careful, because then it makes you vulnerable to grifters. You become vulnerable and you can be targeted. That's the negative thing. Now I want to counter it with a positive thing. Experienced people, when you're asking for advice, there are really wonderful early telltale signs of someone who is experienced and could possibly more likely present an independent working solution for you, like to encourage you to develop yourself. And that is usually when that person is more interested in you and then framing things around you, right? Like you heard this cliche before where like someone says, it's not about me, it's about you, right? and not in a bad way. This is like, we're not talking about like relation breakups or something. The idea is, if you need help, the first thing, a great telltale sign that you have someone who is, you might have come across someone who's more interested in helping you, is that the first thing they would do is they wouldn't talk about the things they know. That's a grifter. That's a salesman. It could work. It could not work. But if you're hurting, you could be an opportunity for them. They can take advantage of you. So when you're asking for advice or you're giving advice, for example, if someone gave you unsolicited advice, the first thing they would do is they would demonstrate to you how much they know about you. That is someone you would take unsolicited advice from. If they do not demonstrate, in my opinion, personally, if they do not demonstrate that they already know a lot of things about you, or even establish rapport, like in some way, that advice, if you're in a vulnerable state, is probably going to take advantage of you. I'm not saying it's all the time, it's more likely. So if you have to take a choice, when someone comes up to you and offers you unsolicited advice, but they first tell you like 30 things or something, some threshold about you first, take that unsolicited advice. Because the likelihood of someone coming by who cares so much about you while giving unsolicited advice, that's astronomical. There's no reason for someone to say like, hey, I noticed that the last 300 days, I noticed that you had a pattern of like decline around day 50 to 91. And I can relate to that, but let's focus on what I noticed. I noticed that you had a propensity, and then there's like, I have some advice about that. I've had this problem too. So this is my approach to that. Take that advice. Right? That's the advice. That's a good guy. That's a good person. When someone gives you like, hey, dude, hot take, Duolingo is garbage, you don't take that advice. Like I'm gonna say, like, I'm not even being like, I don't even think that's a hot take. That's how much I firmly believe it. If someone doesn't demonstrate that they have knowledge of you before giving unsolicited advice, the chances of that advice being relevant to you is like nearly non-existent. They're iterating on a solution. How's this related to the other side? They're iterating on a solution that they found because they don't learn about the process that they're talking about. So like if everyone uses Bunpro to become fluent in Japanese, and someone goes by and is like, hey, you should use Bunpro, a lot of people became fluent in Japanese. That's not advice, that's solicitation, in my opinion. That's someone who blanketly transferred the results, echoed the results without understanding how that even works. Like my first question, like if I still give the benefit of the doubt when you're not hurting. So if you're not hurting and you're not fishing for help and whatnot, if you're experienced person, the first question you would probably ask is, hey my man, you said Bunpro is the best thing since sliced bread. Explain it to me in order for you to convince me, because I'm not hurting, right? Like I'm not desperate for a solution to a problem that somehow you see. So that's why you're soliciting me, because you didn't demonstrate how you know I have a problem. You didn't even convince me that you could see a problem that I don't have yet. So if you're gonna tell me that Bunpro is the best, explain to me. And a lot of times, hear me out, it's not really Bunpro. I'll use Duolingo as an example. Most people, when their unsolicited advice is that it's not because the thing that they're doing is successful. They tell me what I'm doing is not going to be successful. That's lower than a grifter, in my opinion. Why is that lower than a grifter? They aren't even giving me advice. They are telling me what not to do. And that, very disappointingly, is the most receptive thing on the internet. Like, if you are 18 and you're chronically online, around the age of 18 and you're chronically online, The vast majority of the material that you watch that gets served to you on YouTube and algorithm is what not to do. Because the most efficacious way of gaining someone's attention right now, especially when they're young, is fear-mongering. It's FOMO. So when you start a new skill and you type in the skill and you type it on YouTube, the first 10 things are probably like all the things you should avoid to make sure that you don't make those mistakes. Because most of the time people watch those things. They're so much higher than an encouraging video. Like, hey guys, here are like my 100 steps to and all the hurdles that I overcome during my, like, no. The top of the list in the top 5 would be like, here are all the mistakes that I've made, and if I were to do it again, I would never do these things. Here are all the things that you should avoid. Here's all the things that you should avoid so that you never end up wasting time like I did. Here are all the things. So what happens is you spend like, it's crazy because when I'm talking to someone and I would have like 2 hours of speaking with them, 90 minutes of the 2 hours would be all the things that they learned not to do. Like, they rarely ever talk about an actionable, creative, or some sort of like problem solving that was involved. They would tell you what everything that didn't work and how they didn't learn anything from everything that they didn't work. And hear me out, it's still a starting place. And recently, in like a few examples in the background, like these are nebulous people. I don't want to like overstep my privilege, right? I don't do this professionally, but I still have common courtesy and my personal professional integrity that's unrelated. It is so amazing when I hear them after like 6 months to a year, when they start talking about all the things that are working, and when they know that they are working, they're talking about how it can be improved, and in all the things that they tried that didn't work, they're modifying from that experience to work on top of the things that they're working. So instead of constantly spending timeless hours, like just endless hours of preparing for all the things to avoid, they're doing things and working on the things that they're not supposed to avoid, like doing the task. And that's pretty crazy. I can, like, here's a really big hot take. This is connected to procrastination. Like, I thought procrastination often, back in the day, procrastination is more like, I don't want to do it, but I can do it at any time, so I just push it off to the end. Nowadays, procrastination is, I don't want to do it because all of these other things, I need to make sure that when I start to do it, it will be the best way. So that's my excuse for procrastinating to the end, because if I procrastinate to the last minute, I would be able to find the best way to do the thing in which I run out of time to do. That's the reality. That's what happens, honestly. Like, I would wager more than 50% of the time when I ask something, okay, so why did you wait till this time? It's like, oh, you know, I procrastinated. And it's like, okay, so what are your motivations in procrastinating? They would say something like, well, I was researching about all the things I needed to do, and I kind of didn't want to do them, but I wanted to make sure, even if I don't want to do them, I'm pushing them off for a good reason, because I need to make sure all the things that I could do wrong first. So this huge, crazy gymnastics, like crazy mental gymnastics, where they made procrastination and avoiding the task to be a good thing, because they spend most of their time saying that they're learning all the things to avoid, so that when they go to do it, which they don't do it in time, is going to be better. So like, oh yeah, you know, I'm researching right now, guys. Like, I heard Duolingo is garbage, so I'm not gonna use Duolingo. And then it's like, oh, I just read about this really cool thing. I'm not gonna use it though, but they didn't fill in my thing. And meanwhile, like 6 months passed by, right? Like 6 months passed by, and my thought is, oh, so did you put any of your ideas into effect? And they're like, oh no, I haven't started it. I'm still researching. And I'm like, what are you researching? Like, oh, I just learned that this thing that I liked, it does like all these things that I wanted to do, but there's this one thing that everyone says is really bad. So I need to go and find another thing that does all of those things and also that not bad thing. Rarely is it good enough. It's rarely ever good enough. Like, crazy. Let's see what you said. But instead of helping them, okay, and they are thinking in some way that they cannot attain your level anyway. Yes. Oh, actually, hear me out. When you say they cannot attain my level anyways, most of the time I demonstrate to them not only can they attain my level, I'm expecting them to exceed my level. Because what they're going to do is not the time I use myself. So, like, the way I ground the level thing is I tell them where I used to be, right? Like, you're 17. Let me describe to you some of the stuff that can be relatable when I was 17. Like, in fact, I would even argue that you might actually be ahead, which is good. You have to be willing to understand that there's a huge time gap between where you may be in the future and who you will be and the person you're talking to was and have become to be, right? So, and you never saw you as better and you're not better. You're just constantly searching and learning and making more mistakes, faster mistakes, but trying to learn from those mistakes. Exactly. And the answer has to fit the level of understanding. Yep. To go just a little bit higher, but not too much, right? For them to quit, basically. Yep. And then the other difficult thing was all the vicious interacting cycles that could defeat basically the idea of trying to get someone to reach for a little bit more each time. Yeah, and they are more afraid of mistakes than everything. Yes, mistakes. See, here's the thing. They are afraid of mistakes, but mistakes are not mistakes until you make them. They are so afraid of mistakes, and when I mean they, anyone who's very healthy, when this is not addressing, healthy, strong, tolerant problem solving, or like balance or good enough problem solving. We're talking about people who spend more time planning for things that haven't happened yet. They are not mistakes until they actually happen. You might not even encounter those mistakes. There is, and I'm not saying it doesn't have any value. There is value to understanding potential mistakes. That's different from being afraid of them and making those mistakes, right? If you're afraid of the mistakes you're reading about, to me, that is a flag for lack of problem solving skills and lack of critical thinking skills. And my first task often is, sometimes it's not even learning the thing. It's more like learning the content of the thing. It's more like, let's go test your problem solving skills. Like, we need to test your critical thinking and problem solving skills. That's where you have to build more confidence in that. Because if you when you read about a mistake, usually the mistakes you become less afraid of the mistake, right? But you should be also not afraid of mistakes that you don't know. Typically, a lot of times when people talk about preventing mistakes, they also mean all the mistakes that they could or would make if they accidentally didn't research enough. I'm like, it's not going to change in the future. You're human. There's always going to be unpredictability. The goal is, if you have enough information and you have the critical thinking skills and problem solving skills, you can do it. And you're going to make mistakes. And those mistakes, in my opinion, are opportunities. They are often incredible opportunities. Obviously, there's some limitations to this. We're not talking about life and death situations. We're talking about learning, right? Most of the growth, for me personally, comes from my mistakes. You learn enough to keep going, right? Well, not learn enough. You plan enough to go. Like, it doesn't like fall off catastrophically or something. Like, sometimes the ride is a little bumpier, sure. But the bumpiness gives you ideas on how to make it smoother, right? It's tough. They forget that mistake is part of the learning, generally speaking. Yep, exactly. And nodding your head. It's an image. Like, they did that successfully. People never fail. Yes. Selling success. Were you here when someone talked about that? And I was like, I forgot about that phrase. Like, you're selling. So oftentimes when it comes to nowadays, they're selling the image of success. Like, what the internet does well is they sell the image of success. And because it's an image, it compresses time. And it compresses the process. Like, in the image of success, you cannot appreciate failure, or you can't appreciate setbacks or learning. It's very difficult to, like, it compresses learning. Yeah, it's supposed to be easy and super smooth. That's what the image of success is. And it's very difficult. Like, I don't want to make it sound easy, because that's literally what I'm trying not to do right now. If I was trying to stream and sell an image of success, I would be sitting here only talking about my successes in like rapid pace or something. No, it's laborious. It's exhaustive. There's so many problems, so many things that you're going to get, but they are opportunities too. So instead of selling an image of success, we sell proactivity. Proactivity, encouragement, positive reinforcement, sources of positive reinforcement. This is not the same as dopamine spikes, by the way. Positive reinforcement is required for delayed gratification. So you're selling habits, right? You're selling long consistency training habit formations. These are things that you can take with you for the rest of your life. You're not dependent on it. And the greatest reward ever would be when that person comes back and say, hey, I just want to catch up. Now that we're both really together and well-kept people, we spend most of our time using our habit formation, our proactive mindsets, self-encouraging ourselves and motivating with our positive feedback to create large projects that provide delayed gratification. So it's no longer an image of success. It is a movie. It is a book. It is an anthology. I don't know. I ran out of ideas for like showing passage of time. But, you know, it's a timeline. It's a history. Not a singular time point that is wrapped up even like a 5-minute thing. It's a long time. It's hard when you think of it as an image to achieve, right? It's easy to see it as an image. It's hard to conceptualize the time that it takes to gain that image. But here, it's long, but it can be, quote unquote, easy when you're thinking about the concepts of making it possible. It's hard when you're thinking about concepts of an image when you're focused on time because they're not relevant to each other. Like when you look at an image of success and you ask them, so how do you think they became successful? It will be very hard to explain that. In my opinion, it will be easy from their perspective, like the person who's explaining it, because it has already happened. It's happened for them. The person who's listening to it, executing that is going to be tough because it's missing everything else. Right? Crazy. You know, like it's such a great concept. Anyways, we'll talk about that, or the feeling of, exactly. The feeling is gone. Like the process of feeling, and even the person who's speaking, like for me, for example, I say this as often as I can periodically. I can no longer empathize with specific points in my life. I can only describe them conceptually. Like, I say this like when someone says, oh man, I'm so frustrated by this bug in this game. And my first thought is, take it with a grain of salt. I'm not entirely sure if I can feel the way you feel about bugs, because bugs are part of the bigger picture. So if this bug is able to mar like 99% of your experience, I'm not quite sure if I can understand you, but can I try to explain why that sounds kind of ridiculous to me? When you're playing a game and you spend 299 hours enjoying the game, and now you're going to quit the game and say it's the worst game you've ever played because of 1 minute, I feel like that's illogical. Right? So the idea is, all right, I can't really feel the way you do, but may I offer like something that my perspective might be able to change or alter in some way? That's kind of where I typically go. Like, hey, if you want facts, when I was a kid, I was socially awkward. Like I had a very hard time. Like I had a hard time, but the facts are nothing changes history. I was socially inept. Like I didn't have the socialization skills, much like the same time when you are, you know, like whoever I'm speaking to, they're usually around their teenage age or early 20s. I still was socializing then too. That doesn't mean I can feel that anymore. Like that doesn't mean I understand how they feel now. I can tell you the facts of something and hope that they can develop the feelings that they have now, because I only see my past with fondness. Like if I was telling you, oh, I'm still hurting, or here's like the double edge, right? If someone tells you, this is the fear mongering that happens so often, like FOMO and fear. When someone like a grifter sells you fear, right? They would say something like, oh, you know, when I was a kid, when I was 18 years old, guys, you don't want to be like me. I still remember, and it still makes me angry to this day that this thing and this, that, and it happened. My first thought is, do you really want to be like, if your goal is to trust someone, do you really want to trust someone who's selling you fear and they still feel the same intense pain and regretfulness and mistake that they used to feel in order to connect to you? That's what a grifter does. A grifter takes your insecurities and they, in my opinion, pretend. Or if they're earnest, they have problems too. A person who is well kept together, in my opinion, this is my personal bias, I would tell you what happened when I was 18. I'll tell you the facts that can't change. I'm not, in my opinion, as the last time I checked, when it comes to human memory and emotions, I can't tell you this. I can't tell you I still feel the regret or pain or the stuff, because that would defeat the whole purpose of me providing providing for you, like help you with something. Because if I didn't overcome the regretfulness, the pain, the insecurities, how does that make sense that I would have anything that can be useful to help you? Now hear me out. You might be thinking, well, some people have the same problems and they could help each other. It's because the process of their problems do not overlap. So like you can still have regretfulness in high school. You can have many different regretfulness. So someone who's like bitter and constantly regretful about high school can still technically help you. They can still technically help you if you have a different source of bitterness from high school. And actually you can help each other. So in the worst case scenario, you know, like in like Misery Deserves Company, when two people come together, they help each other. That's because the nature of their problem due to the common interest do not overlap. So they complement each other. It is possible. My thought is, if you're one of these people and you're looking for a logical rationale for who you're looking for, usually you might want someone who's factual, but also willing to sympathize. They're willing to sympathize. And when they are willing to sympathize, they're going to talk about you more than they're going to talk about them. And if they're talking about them, they rarely are going to tell you how you should feel because they feel the same. That is like, that to me is like, if that's your therapist, I'm a little worried because therapists would not do that, professionally speaking. Like, what I mean is, like, from their perspective, what I would expect a professional would not do that. However, unofficially, I would say if you're a friend or someone, that is a really scary thought that the person is manipulating you and taking advantage. So oftentimes they would share facts with you and they would say something like, I can see where you're coming from. Maybe we can do it together, and then develop empathy on the spot, right? Like, so the alternative is that willingness to sympathize can also lead to empathy. And one of the empathy points is, which this is not something therapists do, for example, because it can create other problems. The reason why empathy is not an automatic is when you participate in the activity with the other person, then you can start to fail to see. It creates a dual role issue where you become the person's friend, right? So dual roles is a common thing that I unofficially think that therapists avoids. So that's why they stay with sympathy. They try to sympathize from a factual perspective, like a situational perspective, to rely on the person to connect the dots themselves, as opposed to generating direct empathy. Because the moment you become empathetic is a moment that you're gonna end up having a dual role. There's a chance that your judgment and stuff becomes compromised due to the fact that you're looking through, you're sharing the roles. So these are more like friends. Like if you met a friend, or you become friends, you know, on Discord because you sympathize with each other and then you engage in something. So that's your support system, right? That's part of your support system. Your therapist is technically not the support system. They are when your support system fails. So these are the things that you can think about. And I would say whenever someone says that, oh yeah, take my word for it, guys, just trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. I still feel the anger of all the mistakes that I made. This is why I'm making this video. This video is this is the video of my last 5 years of how I think all of this stuff shouldn't have happened because I'm filled with regret and all of these things should never happen. Take my course, pay me $300 for my course to avoid all of these mistakes. And remember that the reason why I know this works is because I can still relate to you even though now I'm 17 or 18 years older. That's, to me, that's scary. That's like, that works on desperate people. And I think there's no accountability for that right now online. Like people are not, gurus and whatnot are not held accountable for these things because it's all voluntary. It's technically legally voluntary. It requires that the person make the choice. So technically all the negligence, well, not negligence, the responsibility is on the person who made the choice. And then the people, the gurus and stuff, they aren't held to negligence. They can't be negligent most of the time. I think if the scale is high enough, which is really high, there might be some negligence that can be held account, like a class action suit. Well, I'm speaking from an American perspective since I'm in the United States. It has to be incredibly high profile to reach class action levels. So this is, I think about this every day, honestly. And whenever someone's like studying Japanese and they're struggling with grind mentality and their high school stuff is suffering because they want a hobby that they like, all of that stuff is relevant every single day. So your choices and all the coinciding problem solving skills, these are all connected, and it all starts with Duolingo, honestly. So that's what I've learned in the last 2 years ish. Like it's a little over 2 years now of language learning, and it's the most fascinating part. I understand some people are like, what? You mean Japanese was not the most fascinating part? I've been fascinated with Japanese since I was 5 years old. I mean, yes, it has a soft place in my heart. However, I could appreciate Japanese in the privacy of my own home and like not stream and interact with people. The whole goal of playing video games online and stuff is honestly it's secondary. It's honestly secondary. My future that I think that I can do, like, I'm not saying I'm a gift from the heavens or something. I just want to be able to do something, right? Like I want to make an impact even on 1 or 2 people that serendipitously come along. Like the idea is you can learn language and learn a lot about yourself. You can learn a lot about learning and problem solving skills. You can play video games and learn a lot about the way you problem solve and selectively entertain yourself. There's so many things because I'm choosing lifestyle things. Streaming and content creation is a lifestyle choice now. This is going beyond merely a hobby. So whenever I'm talking about this stuff is relevant. This is relevant to my Japanese education. Hopefully Bunpro, like the developers of Bunpro, find that this is appropriate or not. Obviously, I haven't encountered any conflicts of interest yet, but when I think about apps that are designed to help people learn things and consistently learn things, most of the stuff I'm talking about are relevant. They are selling a product. The product requires healthy services. How do you encourage independence eventually from your product while also incentivizing them to voluntarily choose to continue to transform their product? Because you might be thinking, oh, what? A subscription product that's creating independence? Isn't that bad for business? There is a big asterisk here. If your platform encourages creative use, as in the independence is aligned with creative use, your platform transforms beyond the developer's expectation. What's a great example of this? Minecraft. And if you don't want video games, choose a platform. Choose a social media platform, if you will. I mean, not the greatest examples, but Bunpro has this. You know, like if you ever look at Wanikani's forum, like people do journal articles. They literally use the forums as a platform to encourage each other to do things. So no, technically even insisting on independence can be encouraged when your platform is transformative. And sure enough, I can tell you now, this also counts Duolingo memes. Like, Duolingo is so big because there are more people who are subculturally interested in Duolingo's social presence transformatively than even using Duolingo as a learning app, right? A language learning app. And that's what I mean. Like, yes, it does quote unquote defeat the purpose of some people who only value one thing. That's fair. I'm not here to gaslight you to say that Duolingo will make you fluent in Japanese or even to teach you Japanese in a more efficient way. That's someone else's deal. If their whole focus is on that, that's great. I'm talking about how you, the people who are possibly toxic, and like toxic in a good way, I guess. I mean, you can justify your toxicity when you're thinking that you're doing good for someone, right? Like, oh, this is for your own good. Like, stop being a loser. You can justify that. Well, in this case, if you're going around spending most of your time, right? When you go around spending most of your time doing this, right? Or what I mean is, if you're going around grifting, right? Focusing on bad things and things to avoid, and that's how you encourage people, I would probably, in my opinion, spend some time, breathe, and figure out some awareness on where that's coming from. Because when someone says out of their mouth, hey, hot take, guys, like, I want to give you a hot take so I can save you the trouble to not make mistakes that I would make by telling you what not to do. Like, congratulations. That's what I mean by I would unlikely trust you. Because I believe that stuff like this is good for business. It's good for business, and it probably gets people to listen to you. But in my opinion, you're not creating independency, nor are you creating any sign of investment in the person you think you're helping. Right? It's easy to tell someone what not to do. It's another thing to listen to them to see what they are doing and then encouraging them based on what they are doing. Because that takes time. It's not an easy grift. It's a hard grift. And a hard grift is what? Work. It's compassion. Of course, even myself watch videos about don't do that while learning Japanese. Yes, I watch plenty of examples. Like, so many examples. Like, there was one, I'm not gonna name the content creator, but the video was, here's how here's one of the things that changed the game, right? Like, the game changer in learning Japanese. And it was 12 points of things to avoid. And then at the very end, they just said, keep on working on your mistakes. Like, I watched 10 minutes and 9 minutes were like escalating things that could terribly happen while you're learning a language. And then the last thing was the secret to circumventing all of these problems, like to get over all of these things to avoid, is keep on, like, be motivated, keep on doing things, keep on making mistakes, and learn from them. And then the video ends. That guy know how, like, I'm telling you now, that guy knows how to farm viewership and the algorithm. But that was like classic, in my opinion, incredibly classic setup. And if you look at the video, right, YouTube has this thing now where when you look at video, you can see the volume, right? And it'll be like, boop. That's it. And then all these volumes, they're kind of like this. Like, so basically everyone was looking for the answer. It was in a list format because list formats makes things like very compartmentalized. So like, when people list things, it also suggests that none of these are related to each other. Like there's no relation between these. Like they're separate things. Like you could do this without doing this. Or you could have this problem, which is not related to this problem. Like that's the pattern you see. And most of the time, this would say, oh, I get viewership, so I should do more of these and cut down on this. And then you have a really, so when you cut down on this, then your videos can be shorter. And then now you have a video full of hot takes. And that's where, that's my interpretation of how YouTube got to where it is now today. Not that I'm saying this explains everything. The idea is many of this is unintentional. It's an unintentional consequence of like automation and serving ads and then businesses related and what viewers like or what they react to. That's what led to the top 10 like YouTube shorts mistake videos, and then it ends with like something positive. It's optimization. You're optimizing so you cut out all the in-betweens. Pretty interesting. Every app can have at least one good feature for someone. Here's my thought about it. If you're thinking about good and bad, right? And then you spend a lot of time talking about objective. It's objectively bad, objectively good. Right? How is it possible that the vast majority of people ignore one of the most objective things that they have to address? Which is the thing they're addressing is popular. So like when someone says Duolingo is garbage, it's the worst thing since sliced bread, and yet they're trying to make it so that this is objectively bad, objectively good. And yet if you're thinking about objectively any manner, you have to address its popularity. That's like kind of saying like, oh, I want to study bacteria, right? Or like, I want to study cells. I want to study cells so much. What's DNA? Like you want to study something, but you legitimately first ignore the thing that's right in front of you. Or like a membrane. Like, oh, I'm not interested in the membrane, but you want to study the cell. That's like, there are people who study the membrane. This is what happens a lot of times, where not only do they not explain what exists in front of them when they're talking about objectively, they rarely ever explain even subjectively or objectively acknowledging what exists already. What happens is they tend to cherry pick when they need to prove something, and they ignore when it's against them. So you ignore all the evidence against your case, like popularity, and then you confirm by cherry picking for data that supports your thing, you know, your whatever hypotheses you have. That is so far from objective that I can't comprehend. And so for the record, this isn't even purely objective. It's when you say good, bad, it's an interpretation of facts. And then when you cherry pick, it's an interpretation of facts. You're trying to cherry pick the things that are useful to you, that you want to prove, and you're ignoring things. It's a judgment call on things that are not relevant to it. Objectively is all of these things exist. That's it. It doesn't It doesn't say they're more important. It doesn't say they're less important. They exist. So when you start to interpret it, it's both subjectively objective. And that's what people refers to as objective. Like the objectively bad means that more people hate it than they like it. Is that true for Duolingo? Like, if I wanted to use some form of metric and they keep saying things like metrics and metrics, it doesn't check out. For example, Duolingo for You is good for creating the habit. Yep, that would be the first thing I would acknowledge that Duolingo is very useful for. And then it forced you to have parallel views of process because it was so linear. Exactly. It's so linear in its like approach. Although I do have to admit, one of my favorite things about Duolingo, like one of my favorite things, like if you want to ask my top 3 things, when they introduce implicit learning, one of the hated things, people hated this because they think it's a gimmick, is that Duolingo implicitly teaches based on association. And what's association? Well, Bunpro doesn't. Bunpro does association in a different way, but when they are using their vocabulary, right? When they're doing their vocabulary, it's not by association. And what is the gimmick? Because when they say gimmick, because when people use Duolingo, they think they're playing a game, right? And that's how to cheapen the gimmick. Like as though like learning something from a video game is cheaper than learning something from learning a language. I could like, have you played a puzzle game before? Have you played logical systems in a video game? Like they're not cheaper. They're different things. Okay. Anyways, from my perspective. So what is the association? Like when you learn this, right? The other choices are probably going to be this as you learn them, right? This is horizontal learning. You have to learn by forming associations. So what does this do? It's the same thing that you shared with me, Revel. The kanji web, the kanjiweb.com. That web, the association web that you're seeing, that's how Duolingo is gimmickily teaching you things. Like if it's a unit on fruit, if you type fruit, what is your web for fruit, right? It's like, what is your web? Banana, right? You know, banana, I don't know what the kiwi is, like ringo, ninjin, right? Ninjin. And so actually, I don't know if carrots would call it. Carrots is a root, my bad. But that's kind of how Duolingo does things. It's the quote unquote gimmick. And then when someone tells me like, oh yeah, you know, Anki is pretty cool, sentence mining is pretty cool. Oh, I'm doing this thing called mind webbing. I'm creating mind webbing and I'm like working on deep processing. Like, that's interesting. Can you explain to me more about deep processing? Like, oh, you know, like if I know this, then it helps me learn what this is. Like, okay, that's interesting. That's neat. And it would be in the same kind. I would ask them like, so where can you learn these things? And they're like, well, I started with Duolingo and it didn't do this. But then I learned about like comprehensible input. I learned about comprehensible input and now I use MAKU. And it does things like this. That's not true. Like, that is so hard. That is so, there's so, like, I'm using an anecdotal example of someone's logic. First of all, CI is not this. CI is association though, like comprehensibility is dealing with association. But it's dealing with association based on filling in things around it. So this association is different from this association. It is overlapping. You're forming comprehensibility based on association with existing things that you know, right? The idea that they say Duo, it didn't do this because somehow they learned about CI and CI led to MAKU, which makes their stuff associate. I'm like, yeah, Duolingo does that too. In fact, the closest thing to not forming an association is reading like an answer. When you're reading an answer and you're treating it like info and it doesn't get internalized, right? No internalization. They just don't say explicitly. Yes. Implicit information is why association is possible. Like, someone who learns implicitly requires association. Like, they want to associate. Like, for example, you're placed in a room. Like, you do an escape room, right? You do an escape room. When they plop you into a room, what do? Do you sit there and wait till someone explains to you how to solve the room? Or do you go around making associations with each other? Like, oh, hey, this seems like it goes here, which seems like it goes here, so I can solve them. They're associations. That's what deep processing is. That is one of the crux of CI that isn't discussed in the theory. Comprehensibility is based on associations of your existing knowledge. You are constantly doing I+1. The I represents the majority of your association skills. Like, you are predicating that, oh, it's not really I, it's more like I+1. The concept of I+1 is that it's consumed based on your existing knowledge base. You are making the association in order to fill in the blanks. So whenever someone says like, hey, I don't know what this is. Like, I don't know what this is because this is a new thing and this thing is not related to this thing. Visually, in any way, you do not see that these are two different things, right? Two different things. Then yes, I would agree with you. You do not associate. And I kid you not, that has happened before. And it happens more than I would like to think could happen to something as obvious as this. Like, what I mean is, I'm saying it's obvious. Maybe my handwriting is that horrible, but I would say that very early on, people can see similarities in visuals. The thing is, there's lots of interference when it comes to if you're treating this as two separate things, or you can see the association between them. And you might be thinking, well, this means something very different from this. Like, yes, that's a difference in their definition. These two things are not just definitions. They look like this. These parts look like each other. That's an association. Just because they're different definitions doesn't mean they don't look alike. So what's the power of association? The power is that you can make a chicken remind you of a dinosaur if you have an association with it. They just don't, and like when they add a new word, knowing you don't know it and ask the question, but you do know the other words asked exactly, and not asked. Oh, like not asked, yes, but showed in the choices, yes, exactly. Yep, that's Duolingo's gimmick. Duolingo rely on implicit association, and honestly, most people don't like it. And what I mean by they don't like it is they like it for getting the right answer. And that's it. Not what isn't there, what they're not practicing, what they're realizing it is. It's that the practice of the mechanic ends up superseding it. So if you know how to get the right answer by other means that require less effort, then you don't have to do any of this. You really don't. And that's where, in my opinion, my criticism for Duolingo, because they do focus on, they're not like, it's not in secret or anything. They emphasize it has to be habit forming. So it's habit forming because it's low effort. Like what I mean is it's supposed to be low effort. Now it is your choice. In my opinion, it is your choice to always spend that low effort. So if you continue to spend that low effort, then yeah, I agree. Duolingo is part of your problem. Right? It's not my problem. But if you constantly am encouraged to use the least amount of effort, no matter how good the method is, you're only going to apply that low amount of effort to be successful. So when you have someone who tries to work hard every single time, Duolingo is as competent as it can be because there's so much information missing. Like, what did I, like, for example, like, there's nothing on grammar. It's like, I know. I have a grammar reference next to me when I'm using Duolingo. And that grammar reference not only serves as, like, it's not just for referencing. I literally connect Duolingo's prompts to the reference material for grammar because neither of those two things are connected yet. So yeah, but understanding, in my opinion, like I'll end with like a hot take. The moment you can associate something is the moment that you get closer to comprehension. Because if you can't associate with something, then there's no propensity to be able to understand it. It's not part of you. Like, it's not in your lexicon. It's not in you. So when you get information and you can't associate with the information, it doesn't work. Like, it just doesn't. You have no connection with it. You need literally to connect with something that you exist in your brain in order for it to stay there. The brain relies mostly work by association. Yeah. And you cannot repeat it to yourself too much. Yeah, exactly. You can't. That's a funny, like a intensifier, but using the negative to impart how important it is. That's my mantra, by the way. I'm a broken record when it comes to association. When someone asks me what's my hot take on my learning strategy, if you can't form neural connective association, then your deep processing suffers. So then all your information will be compartmentalized. And when they're compartmentalized, when you do one action, it will not trigger or reinforce everything else. It will reinforce that very little tiny thing that you're doing. So whenever someone says, oh, what's the point of reviewing N5? If I know N4, N3, and N2, when I go and look at N5, I can explain N5 in the context of N4, N3, and N2. I could do the reverse. I could explain an N3 concept in the framework of an N5 and N4 concept because they're all associated with each other. The more association you have, the more likely that one thing you do triggers more of the skills you have. You can't trigger all of it. Like, I know, I'm very greedy too. I wish like learning a new vocabulary word means that it immediately refreshes all my other vocabulary words, so then I don't have to practice them, right? Like, that would be awesome. That would be like a native speaker. You say one word and everything else gets triggered, right? Like, words just vomit out of your mouth and they're all associated immediately through practice. But you have to get there, right? So if I'm saying watashi, I need to know that watashi, you might want a topic marker. Watashi wa, right? Watashi wa. Like, those are the associations you're bringing. So then you have one less thing to study, one less thing to practice, basically, the practice part of studying. And if you can group them all together and do one thing to do more things, then there's less time, you become more efficient, and you have less time to have to worry about all the loose information. Like, I spend time creating mind webs, and that's what the mind web theory is. You learn one thing, and when it triggers any of the things that's connected, it also triggers that one thing. So anytime I have to go to say, I don't know, ii desho ne, right, or ii desho, it should trigger other things like yoku, like ii and yoku, the relationship between that. Des, polite marker, right? It can also sometimes function as a copula for nouns and non-adjectives. And then ne is when you say ne, there's also desho, right? Ka, like all of them should trigger too. But the nice thing is when you have these connections, when you do one thing, and as long as you continue to learn the connections, you're actually doing a lot of things. You're doing far more things than you think. Unless you treat everything as a single thing. Like, oh, you have to learn, like, you have to walk a specific way because walking is unrelated to running. Then yes, you would need double the time. You would need to learn how to walk and deliberately tell yourself that walking is unrelated to running. And then you study running. So then whenever you're running, you don't understand how walking has anything to do with running. That's kind of like saying, I'm going to speak Japanese, and I'm going to keep thinking of Japanese as an unrelated mess of verbs, adjectives, cultural differences, polite and standard, without understanding how they all come together. So whenever you're saying des, you're also thinking of standard. When you see iru, you could see irimashita, irimasu, or, you know, heck, I needed I needed something better. I don't know. Yeah, see, I'm still working on it. My brain is not connected very well right now. Still working on it. We're still working on all the stuff. You have to imagine from the puzzle box to refer. You have the image from the puzzle box to refer to loosely. Yeah. Oh yeah. Mhm. Yep, the puzzle box. Anyway, you associate weird things often, and so much often works better than you thought to remember things. Anyways, you have to really go to sleep. Yeah, take care, Rebel. It's a pleasure as always. I make time for these things. It was always a pleasure, and I hope that whatever you're doing right now, you know, learning how to help people and stuff, I hope that's going really well. It was memorable again. Yeah. I hope that stuff is going well. I think the world, in my opinion, the world could always use someone who's willing to do something like that. I think the internet kind of needs that too. We'll you know, if we continue to know each other, maybe a year or 2 years, things might be completely different. I can't wait to see what happens in the future, right? Well, I can, but I hope that it's very different from where we are. You appreciate life for throwing me here. You know, well, that's perfectly all right. We should keep each other motivated, you know? Whatever happens, we're ready. Or at least I want to say I'm ready and I can step up. And that's kind of the vision we have. All right. I'll let you go. Go to bed. Thank you for hanging out. Always been a pleasure. All right. I'm going to end this segment and then we got one task to do. So I still got to do a Hanza Hero. We'll be doing that. That's a wrap for Bunpro today. If you're going to watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself, give it a try. You're always welcome to come on by, share, discuss, motivate each other. Give me some hot takes. We can talk about them, right? Encourage each other to critically think. Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう, right? Thanks for watching. See you guys next time. I'll be back shortly. I'm going to go and stretch and do some flips and whatnot. And I'll be back for Hanza Hero. Thank you.